How's everyone doing? Happy Sunday, y'all. Welcome into another edition of Insomnia, Maniacs Tarot with y'all's host, Tropical Empress and Spirit. I hope y'all are having a beautiful, wonderful Sunday. Hopefully y'all been able to get some rest and maybe even catch up on, I don't know what y'all do. Maybe some chores and TV, whatever it is y'all do. And hopefully it's been a good, enjoyable day for y'all. No, thank you, Bill. Hi, Jason. How you doing, baby? It's good seeing you again. Hopefully you've had a wonderful day, baby. I was able to get maybe 5-6 hours sleep. And then I had to get up and do a few things myself. Plus take a shower. No, thank you. Yeah, it's like a navy blue, I think. Yeah. Navy blue. Blue is one of my favorite colors. Hello, Pasta. How you doing? It's good to see ya. Oh, hi, beautiful moonchild. Thank you, sweetheart. Yeah, this is my lazy, sexy Sunday look. Hi, Didi. How you doing? I even threw on jeans just because it's like, well, this is like my Friday, and since I was up with y'all all night and most of this morning, I didn't feel like putting on anything else. Hi, Parker. How you doing, baby? Lazy, no way. Yeah, I know. I feel a little lazy. Hello, Bingo. No, I mean, I feel good. I mean, at least I was able to sleep solid for at least 5-6 hours instead of it only being an hour here and an hour there. But when I woke up and got moving, and then after I got showered and came in here to do a few things and pull the cards for tonight's reading, I went through and I was here for maybe an hour, and my back was just screaming at me. Ashley, you kind of hate me? Is that right? Well, why don't you explain to me why you kind of hate me? Hate's a strong word, you know. And I don't hate people, so you can hate me all day long. Don't bother me, you know, because I'm that type person, you know, I just don't care. I care about the people who care about me, but the ones who don't matter, it's just, it is what it is. So, but I'm sure my viewers and subscribers would like to know why you kind of hate me. She's gelling. Yeah, that'd probably be one of the main reasons. One of my haters like that. Love to hate me, but hate the fact you love me. That's what that is right there. I'm used to that. Hey, Bob. How you doing, baby? Hi, Jiminy Crickets. How you doing? You know, that's one of those people, Moonchild, that, you know, They wish they couldn't watch me, or wish they didn't feel a need to because they hate me, because they can't be me, but they can't help but to watch. Hi, little bit. How you doing? I'm gravy, honey. Thank you. How you doing? The opposite of love is indifference. Yeah, there is that too, baby. Thank you, Neil. I guess she don't want to tell us, so. You love the off-shoulder look. Thank you, baby. Okay. I can happily answer that for you. Oh, someone already did it for me. Thank you. It really does, Jason, and that's what I understand. Hi, Jerome. Thank you. Thank you, Parker. Yeah, that's how I feel about it too, baby. I mean, why waste emotion and the time and the energy to hate somebody? You know, that's why I tell y'all, it's like if you don't like your life and you don't like where it's going and how you feeling, well, you're the one in charge of it. You're the one who can change that. And then they want to come and hate on someone like me because I've done something about it. Okay. How you doing, all right? How you doing, baby? So, they're just going to keep on hating, being miserable, I reckon. I'm still going to be me and do me, so. It's like I was sitting there. I know I've mentioned this to y'all before, but in case y'all didn't hear me say this, one of my favorite songs I like to listen to when, you know, I just need, you know, like an energy booster, just, you know, to remind me sometimes why I put myself through what I go through, you know, good, bad, everything. And I was going to pull this one too, because I meant to pull a few oracle cards that I didn't grab for y'all. Sorry. And so I'll listen to one of these songs just to kind of get my blood flowing, so to speak. And one of the songs that I listen to a lot is called "Whatever It Takes" by Imagine Dragons. And I remember when I heard that song, it really spoke to me so deeply because I understand that song from start to end. And, you know, I can remember so many times when, you know, I could have given up, especially when life, you know, really tried me. It could have broken me, but I just refused to be broken. I refused to allow things to get me down like that. And I was going to do whatever it took to get to the other side of it. What do I pull this one out for? And that's kind of like, you know, like that person saying they hate me. Well, guess what? I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure you continue to hate me, because that means I'm doing something right then. And I'm not going to stop. So I like that song. And I like that song by Destiny's Child, Survivor. And I also listen to Blades of Glory by Bon Jovi. And then I listen to a song called Impossible by Sia. So it's normally one of those songs that gets me pumped and going. I reckon now that's the South. Yeah, I say that word every once in a while. I mean, BM, you know, you can make excuses. And I'm not trying to be mean. And, you know, I'm trying to come at this with a compassionate heart. But you say, true, but it's hard to things when you have no power to do so. Hate the people who hurt you. I mean, but why do you say you don't have the power to change things? That's what I don't understand. I mean, I understand that there's some things that's out of your control. Those things, okay. But I'm not going to even hate the people who hurt me. You know, I just send them away with love and light and keep going. Project Pat, Make Her Dance. I'll have to listen to that one, baby. Bob hates you because you're handsome. Happy birthday, Jack. So, you know, I just don't make excuses. And I understand that things can be difficult, but if I can't do anything to change it, that's one thing. But I just push it out of my mind and focus on what I can change, what's within my control. And the ones who hurt me, well, shame on them. But I'm not going to hate them. I'll keep living. And keep proving to them that no matter how much they hurt me or what they do to me, they can't stop me. They can't break me. That's how you do it. Hi, Luce. Hi, Kumar. Hi, King Hazy. I'm Gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. How you doing? I'm hoping I got to everybody. If I didn't, I'm sorry. Keep on trucking. Yep. That's it. Exactly it. And hi, Luce. And life is a roller coaster. Hi, John Bowles. But see, I'm sure, you know, whoever that person was that says they kind of hate me, they're probably hoping they could get me upset too, like I'd be bothered by it. And I'm not. Just like somebody who said this morning, what was it? Right before I signed off, I saw somebody say something in the chat about, you're ugly. And I just rolled my eyes and I could do nothing but laugh too, because it's like, you know, you're just immature. So, if you think I'm ugly, okay. Does it bother me? Nope. Hi, kindly Luda. Okay, honey. Well, thank you for stopping in. Baby, see you next time. Sweet dreams to you. So, anywho, sorry, y'all. They were talking to Bob. You should shoot your shot. Oh, well, thank you, y'all. Oh, my goodness gracious. Bob, you know who that is, right? That's funny, though. In case y'all don't know who Jiminy Crickets is, that's Joey. He had to come back in under a different name because somebody that was a mod hit him. And didn't just hide him, went behind my back and hit him. I know you are, baby. I just wanted you to know in case. And hi, Tom. I know he didn't hide you, Joey. He put you in timeout, baby. He's playing with you. So, I told him who you are so they know. So, yeah. Someone hid him. And I tried to unhide him, but he wasn't on my list. So, whoever did it must be on their list. And they did it behind my back. So, and that person ain't shown their face since then. Anyhow. Hi, Jack Prepper. Nope, I'm not native. And seeing me pull out a pool cue, that makes me even hotter. Well, thank you. So, baby, I don't know who it was. I couldn't even tell you the name of it. I just saw it right before I signed off, and I just, like I said, I thought it was just funny. By that point, you know, I mean, could I have reacted and said something? Sure, but, you know, by me not saying nothing, that just gets to them more. So it works both ways that way with me. I ain't gotta always respond. But they saying they must have been gay? Maybe, baby. I just let them be. Alright. What's the vibe, y'all? I pulled out What's the Vibe deck. I've been trying to avoid this deck because it can get the vibration low, and I don't want to do that, but I'm going to pull out a few cards, see what the feeling's like. And then if it gets low, then I'm going to pull out the other deck instead. Jax, this is a psychic tarot channel. Oh, that's awesome, Jason. Congratulations, baby. That's exciting. Hi, Robert. How you doing, baby? Kato, do you not know how to talk properly? Keen Hazy, is that right? I know it. I know what it sounds like, baby. I'm sorry. I gotta keep remembering to say tarot deck or oracle deck, so y'all know what I'm talking about. Hi, Andre. My weekend's been good, baby. Thank you for asking. How about you? All right, Spirit. You want to show me what's the vibe with the collective? That's awesome, Andre. That's what I want to hear, baby. All right, Spirit. Ooh. Love affair. Dirty little secret. Sex fix. Down low. Y'all, some of y'all got a little love affair going on you ain't talking to nobody about. Ooh. What else y'all up to? Keeping it on the down low? Good evening, Gina. How you doing, beautiful? What else, Spirit? What's this love affair about? Who was it, y'all? Well, Well, whoever it is, they feel a little rejected. Because I get Teddy. So sad. Isolation. Rejected, left alone, self-inflicted. Someone feels rejected. So maybe somebody had a little fling that happened and maybe they caught some deep feelings and now that person don't want to talk to them no more. Now they feel rejected. Yikes. What else, Spirit? Oh, well, whoever this is, so you know it's a karmic, because the next one that came out is karmics. Third parties, haters, lesson learned. So don't get down on it because it's a karmic. So whatever this love affair was, and if it ended, it was meant to end. Because the other card that came out with it is toxic. Drama, arguments, incompatible. So it was toxic. Wasn't healthy anyways. What else, Spirit? I can already see this is going the direction I was worried about. So I'm about to pull out my other deck. Oracle deck. Let me say Oracle deck. Longing. Missing you. Let's talk. Reunion. Who y'all missing? Who y'all longing for? Someone's in their feelings. Ooh. This is deep. In y'all's feelings. I get in your feelings at the bottom. Oof. That's deep. Okay, I gotta put this up before it goes the other direction. Let me call this other deck. You're in your feelings, Andre? You longing for somebody, baby? Jiminy, you say me? Is that right, baby? Okay. What else, Spirit? Hi, 4748X. No, I'm sorry you're coughing, baby. I hope you feel better. Hopefully you go see a doctor, baby, if it gets out of hand. Hello, William. Well, it's your lucky day, William, because I'm in the United States too, baby. Alright, Spirit. Let's go to keywords, y'all. What are some of the keywords? Spirit. We got bees. Keyword is bees. Hardworking person. Fertilization. Life sustaining. Sting. Sweet situation. Growth. Provider. Fearless. Respected. Seeking. Now I like this card. You know, this pretty much sums it up to me. It's like, you know y'all are bad. But I mean that in a good way. Because it's just all about blossoming. It's like y'all's glow up, transformation. Putting in the hard work to make things happen. Get things moving. For more growth, potential. And to creating new and bigger and better things. So I like that card. I like it a lot. You know, William. Oh, poor thing. Must have been put in the basement. What else, Spirit? Oh, Well, here you go, Bob. Just because you're in Australia, baby, it came out. Keyword is kangaroos. Family unity, strength, roll with the punches, ambition, protection, ease of movement, home away from home, aggressive protection. That sounds like you a lot, Bob. My Aussie that's in here. So y'all being, protective, but I don't feel it's in a bad way. It's in a good way. And y'all got strength and ambition. Family unity speaks up to me. And home away from home. I like that card. And they taste good? Do they really? So you've eaten kangaroo? Wow. And the next one is, the key word is bed. Oh boy. Intimate times, restful slumber, cheating, deep personal connection, polymorphs, big family, co-sleeping, retreating from the world, home security, sleep, and dreaming. Yeah, well, a lot of this is like the intimate times, restful slumber, retreating from the world, dreaming. Yeah, and even that cheating word on here speaks to me. So, I know y'all, many of y'all enjoy y'all sleep. I know I enjoy it when I can get it. As long as it's a solid sleep. But, spirit kind of, told on some of y'all. Y'all, rolling around in the hay. You're welcome, Bob. I'm happy you like that card, baby. Hey, Mark. So anytime I see a kangaroo now, I'm going to think of you, Bob. That'll be my reminder. Nail. Building. Not solid. Need securing. Build over. Painful but truthful. Communication. Nail in a coffin. Hitting the nail on the head. Put a pin in it for later. New beginning needed. Flawed situation. And tower moment. Yeah, this is like a tower card to me from like the tarot. I mean, this is about just things falling apart that need a fall away so things can be rebuilt stronger and better. So some of y'all might be going through this tower moment. I feel like that's around a romantic relationship too. I feel like someone's really going through it right now. Like one of y'all is really going through it. Maybe more than one, but I know at least one of y'all is. Toby needs a kitty tower. Oh yeah, I'd love to get one of those, baby, for him. Toby and the other cats need one. I've been wanting to get one for him, but they're not cheap. Spirit, what else? Into the swing of things. The key word is fun. Into the swing of things. Being playful. Kids, childhood, play. Inner child coming out. That's what this card speaks to me. Having fun, being playful. Enjoying life. Even enjoying time with your kids if you have young kids or grandkids. But just being a child yourself. Allowing your inner child to come out and play. That's good energy too. How many cats do I have? Oh goodness, 420. 6 total. No, baby, I didn't. I actually asked him earlier if he was gonna go get groceries like he told me he was going to. Nope, not yet. He claims he was waiting for me to let him know which flavor Red Bull I wanted. Like, come on. There's only 4 flavors I drink. The regular, the blueberry, the strawberry and apricot, and watermelon. It's like pick 2 of those and I'll be fine. Oops. So I munched on some chips and some beef jerky. Hi Judith, how you doing, beautiful? Hello Sean. Yeah, Sean, I do personal readings for people who pay me for them. It's $30 US, baby. You had to get groceries for the week? Yeah, well, I need groceries too. I thought he was going to do it, but he didn't. Ooh, Moonchild, you went to the casino? Well, beautiful, I hope you won big, girlfriend. How did this go? I mean, I pay attention. Next keyword is white. Fresh mindset, playful, the full, keep an open mind, be flexible and adaptive, innocence, new beginner mindset. And this is like the full card in the tarot to me. And it's just pretty much, yeah, that innocence, being naive, having a leap of faith, new beginning, starting over kind of deal. That's what that speaks to me. So I feel like some of y'all are doing that right now. You came out with what you went in with. Hey, Moonchild, that's perfect, beautiful. You didn't lose nothing. That's what I want to hear. Alright. One more. And then I'll pull out a couple of spiritual symbols. Last keyword, rain, cleansing, look at the bright side, silver lining, tears that heal, healing, going within, soul searching, growth potential, washes away what was. And yeah, I feel like some of y'all are going through a healing. Y'all are, y'all been shedding some tears to go through a healing process from heartache. And some of y'all, it's, something else. It's even just you coming out of like y'all's, coming out of like that devil energy and finding your power again, finding your way. Like breaking yourself away from, something that was holding you back, that had you in chains. So that's beautiful too. Hi Gina, how you doing, honey? Alright, let me put this up. Appearances are deceiving. Okay. Where'd that lid go? Oh. Alright. I'm gonna pull out a couple of spiritual symbols and then get into this tarot reading for y'all. Get out the tree branch. Gravy and biscuits. That's what I love to hear, Gina. That's awesome, Moonchild. No sausage. What you mean, Jiminy Crickets, no sausage? If you're talking about biscuits and gravy, you gotta have sausage and gravy, baby. I know 420. When I come home for a visit, I expect a good meal. Show me your cooking skills. And you know, Moonchild, it's always good to get a break. It's beautiful. And you know, I did get your email you sent me the other day, beautiful. I wasn't worried about it, sweetheart. But thank you for the email. I meant to send one back to you, and I just got busy with something else. Pork with green salsa and potato salad. That sounds good. I like that, Yolanda. That sounds good, honey. I would eat that. He would cook for me, but I would laugh. What do you mean, 420? You always talking about you're a good cook. Why would I laugh at you, baby? I mean, if you burn some eggs and, you know, and can't cook a medium rare steak, then I'd probably laugh, but then I'd feel really bad. Alright, Spirit. Spirit, show me. Spiritual symbols. What are the spiritual symbols for the collective? And Sean, I know you said something about you're trying to figure out your gifts, honey. I don't know what you're talking about, sweetheart. You'd have to clarify. But if you want me to read on that, I can do that, baby. I actually have a special deck. It's a psychic and spiritual gifts deck. Oh, honey. You don't need to be worried, but thank you for sending it. Yeah, beautiful. I was, you know, I got busy the other day, especially when I was trying to get the channel monetized and do a couple other things. I had several emails I needed to answer. You're welcome, Sean. If you want to, if you're serious about wanting a personal reading, baby, all you gotta do is make a payment to PayPal, Venmo, or Zelle. And I can do a reading for you after I do the collective reading. Alright, Spirit. Spiritual symbols, what you got to share with the collective tonight. Ooh, these cards popped out. Pet. You need to let go. Still fear of love and heartbreak. Trapped, holding back your feelings, isolated. So some of y'all are holding back y'all's heart, y'all's feelings. Some of y'all are like very, I mean, I don't feel isolated, just very reserved. You're very, cautious with your heart. You're not going to open it up very easily. I feel that for some of y'all. But Spirit's saying that, your fears, are pretty much stilled. There's no reason behind to have those fears. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying, getting your heart broken is a good feeling. I know it's not, but It's always worth the risk, because you can't really give someone your whole heart until you're willing to open up and, you know, get over your fear. Oh, honey, you didn't need to cry. Honey, if I was upset with you, I would have let you know, honey. So, just know that, beautiful. Always know this. You'll always know where you stand with me. You know, I'm not afraid to tell y'all how I feel. And I'm not afraid to express that. Um, you know, I'm not going to go through and, you know, try not to get at y'all on here. You know, if I have your email, I'll reach out to you. But no, you don't ever have to worry about that. Now, if there's something you're confused about or you need clarity on, okay, you know, I can clarify things too. But overall, you should know. You'll always know where you stand with me, beautiful. But that goes for all y'all, my regular subscribers who come in. Hi, Josh. Next one is Challenger. Disregards opinions and feelings of others. Difficulty in following rules set by others. Intimidating, confrontational, unmoving. Yeah, this feels like an aggressive energy. But this feels like a father figure or like a boss energy. But someone I feel like that's all wrapped up in themselves. Like, they think they're too good for everyone else. Like, nobody else's feelings or opinions, you know, matter, make a difference. Because this person's always right. So, feels like someone who's self-righteous too, to me. Hi, McAdams. How you doing, baby? Oh, that sounds like fun, baby. Enjoy your ride, honey. I love hearing that. Exactly, Jason. They are. They're very healing. Wow, Gina. No, Moonchild. I'm sorry you was concerned, honey. No, I didn't mean to worry you, beautiful. Like I said. And yeah, Jason, people who don't open their heart, they'll never experience what true love is, in the sense that someone like maybe you and I would, because we're going to give our whole heart. We're going to put everything into it. Gina, sounds like your spirit called you to do it, honey. And because you're a good person. Everyone loves me. Maybe. Maybe Jiminy Crickets, but you know, some of them hate me too, baby. They love to hate me, but hate the fact they love me. Alright, last one is Waiting Ring. Need to compromise, misunderstandings and arguments, anxious about your relationship. So, some of y'all, this is about a marriage, or at least a serious relationship. Some of y'all are very concerned. You're being anxious, overthinking things. So, y'all gotta get out of y'all's head. Take it easy on yourself. Sometimes things aren't as big as it seems to you. And if you're arguing, you know, there's a way you go about it. Figure out a code word so you don't get all riled up and say something you might regret later. That way, you and your significant other understand what's going on, and nobody gets offended or gets upset or gets hurt or feels like you're walking away from them. You're just taking a break. But yeah, y'all need to compromise too. being in a relationship comes with being able to compromise. No, Jiminy Crickets, you're welcome, baby. I'm happy, honey. Yeah, but you know what, Gina? That just because he would have never done it for you doesn't mean that, you still don't feel called to do it for him. And that's the difference. That's doing something out of service without expectation. And knowing they'll never probably be able to pay you back or would ever do anything like that for you. It's crappy, but it's the truth. And beautiful. I don't know if you heard me talk about this. A few years ago, and this was before COVID, I was out running errands, and I was close to my house actually. I was on the main street where like all the businesses and stuff are at. I was going like to the dry cleaners, I think even to the bank and to the store and the pharmacy. So there was a few places I needed to go to. And I come to the traffic light, and it's a busy interstate or a busy highway, and the traffic, is very busy. Um and I'm sitting in my car waiting for the light to turn green, and I see a woman to the right of me standing there. And it's like the middle of July, so it's scorching hot. Humidity, just sweat just pouring off your body and all that. And this woman standing out there, she's wearing like jeans and like a long sleeve t-shirt, and she was carrying something, and she looked like she needed help. But everyone that was stopped, even at that light, it's like nobody paid her any attention. And, and it bothered me. It's like, I don't know if someone's going to stop to help her or not. But I thought to myself, it's like, let me go run these couple errands. It's right, down the street. And when I'm done, I'll come back and I'll check on her. So I go run the errands, come back. She's still standing out there. And I'm pissed off because it's like, I can't believe with all these people driving down this road, not one single person has pulled over to check on her, make sure she's okay, because she didn't have anything in her hand to drink. So I don't even know how she was keeping herself cool. So um I went in my wallet, and I had $10 in my wallet. And I pulled the $10 out and got out of the car, and I approached her. It was in a banking parking lot. And because it was daylight, I wasn't worried. And I just approached her and asked her if she was okay. And I told her it's like I was worried because, of the weather, if it being so hot. And I didn't say she didn't have anything to drink. And it's like, is there anything I can do for you? And she said that she needed something to drink. And, I'm like, okay. And that's what my concern was. She needed something to drink but didn't have any money. So I pulled the $10 out of my wallet and, out of my pocket and handed it to her and wished her well, and got in my car and I started driving off. And it bothered me though, because it seemed like she may have been, homeless. And so I even went by my church, by my house that I was a member of, and told them that she was out there and if there was a way they can go over there and check on her to make sure she's okay. Because I was worried, about her, and I didn't know what to do. Like I could have put her in my car. I was gonna put myself at risk that way, but I couldn't just leave her out there by herself either. I needed to know like someone else was gonna come back and check on her. So, my church thanked me and said they would, check on her. Well, I go home and he's home, and, and I told him, what I just done, and he got mad at me. He could not believe that I did that. I said, what? Are you kidding me? Like, this woman needed help apparently. And I said, and I was there, and, it was like, all I had was $10. I don't carry, cash on me. So all I had was $10 in my wallet. I said, I don't feel like, I did anything wrong here. And, but what his concern was is he felt like I could have been, in a, being set up. Like, there could have been, like, people, you know, hiding somewhere and they were going to jump me or something, you know, because he was worried about all the jewelry I was wearing, which, yeah, I mean, I was covered in diamonds and everything else. And I just kind of looked at him crazy. I'm like, yeah, it's like it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Traffic's busy. Like, that would be the wrong place to try and jump me, especially in front of a bank, in a banking parking lot at that, because you know they got cameras. So I'm trying to understand, like, and I said to him, I said, I don't, you know, if that was me, if that was your daughter, if that was your sister, if that was your mom or anyone else, you would want someone to stop for them. So again, I don't understand why you're mad and upset for what I did, because I know I did the right thing, you know. And he's like, yes, you did the right thing. That's not what I'm saying. It's just you put yourself at risk and someone could have hurt you, and then what? Okay. You know, I was like, whatever. I wasn't going to sit there and argue with him. So, Gina, all I'm saying is, beautiful, you got a big heart. You know, like me, you know, if your soul or your spirit calls you to help somebody, you will. And that sounds like what you did. Because, you know, they're never going to be able to pay you back. Not that you're expecting it, but you get what I'm saying. Because even like that woman, I probably will never see her again, you know? And I wasn't expecting anything from her. I just wanted her to be okay. Because even after I went home, later that night, it started raining. Like, it was storming really bad. And I got worried. You know, I was worried she was still out there. And then, you know, where was she sleeping? How was she going to stay dry? You know, I was very worried. I couldn't sleep. And I even said something to him about it. And he's like, well, how about we go, you know, check, see if she's there. You know, I'm praying she's not. I'm praying that somebody did come and check on her and she's, you know, somewhere and she's safe and she's dry. But, you know, I just didn't know. So I went out there and we drove and we didn't see her anywhere, but that's all I could do. You know, I can only help and be there when I'm supposed to be. And when I have it to give, even if I don't have it to give, I still try and help when I can. Aw, thank you, Parker. That's so sweet of you, baby. Thank you. That's beautiful, Judith. And that's what I like. And that would be me, Judith, you know. Hi, Larry. How you doing, baby? Ray, that's Teddy. And Gina, that's all you can do, beautiful. Yeah, thank you so much again, Parker. That means a lot to me, baby. Thank you. Um, and I agree with what you're saying too, because it's like, you know, and then I would hear people get mad at me when they've heard of, you know, some of the things that I've done over the years helping like homeless people and stuff. And it's like I told them, you know, they're like, well, you know, they probably just used your money to go buy more drugs and alcohol. And it's like, you know what? If they did, that's their business. Um, I hope they didn't, but, you know, even having that fear of that possibly happening, that's between them and God to me. And you know, I can only hope that, you know, they'll straighten their lives out. Oh, Gina, I'm so sorry, honey. That's really sad. Hi, Greg. I just hate to hear that. And, you know, and it hits home for me, too, because, you know, I told y'all, My dad, the one that served in the military, I didn't know this, but he was homeless. He passed away. He died in his office. He worked as a realtor, and he was sleeping in his office. He had like a sleeping bag set up there. And the only reason I found out is because his boss found him that way. Yeah, I know, 420. Jiminy Crickets, I've been around Skid Row. Around there and by LAX airport. Greg, you know, I'm not going to tell you it's not depressing, baby. You know, I watched the county sheriffs evict me and my parents when they couldn't pay the rent, and they threw all of our stuff out there in the front yard. My mama had to come check me out of school that day to come home and help. And you know, and it was sad. And yeah, it was one of those things. It's not like my parents weren't working or doing anything. It's just that they got screwed over by someone they trusted, that when they were, you know, were trying to, you know, do that lease to own thing. And the people that they were trying to lease to own the house from were scamming my parents. They were going through, and instead of paying the mortgage, paying the bank, they were pocketing the money and not paying the mortgage. And of course, we found out months later and lost the house naturally and lost all the money that was given, that was supposed to go towards the future of buying that house. That's beautiful, Jimmy. And so, I know it's depressing, baby. That was depressing. And I know my parents were scared. And my mama had already gotten sick at that point. So, in fact, my mama had come to school. She came to school to talk to me. And something fell off, but I didn't even know what it was. But something fell off. I knew there was something she wasn't telling me. And so, I'm good in yourself. My mom eventually, you know, was talking about how bad things got, and how the bills weren't getting paid and everything. It's not that like my parents were lazy. Like I said, they worked, but my mama got sick. She couldn't work no more. And my daddy just wasn't making enough money to pay for everything. So I had an heirloom that my great, I think it's great grandmother had given to me. It was given to my dad, but it was then given to me. And this was an antique ring. And so I did the only thing I knew I could do, because I couldn't get a job right then. I was too young. And I gave it to my mama, and I told her, I said, well, I guess, you know, maybe this will help. You know, maybe you can sell it and get the money we need right now so we can get another home. That's all I could do. And so she took the ring from me and was very appreciative that I, you know, gave it to her. Amen, Greg. Thank you, baby. I agree with you. I do. I don't ignore them. 15. Okay, I might pull from that one deck. I don't know. Yes, Gina, we did. Um, we were able to find another home to rent, and we lived there for pretty much till my mama passed away. And my daddy and my brother still lived there for a few years after. Um, Thankfully, and we were blessed in a way because with my parents and the way, the bills were, my mama's medical bills just being through the roof. Nobody could afford those medical bills because for her to be in the hospital for 4 days in ICU on life support, and then another 2 or 3 days in the regular part of the hospital before she gets, released to go home, you're looking at $500,000 being billed to the insurance company. Of course, the insurance company's not going to pay that, but they still pay a lot of money, and we still got to pay a portion of that. So, and my mom was going to the hospital and having to stay in there often. We were never ever going to catch up. And that meant sometimes one of the utilities got shut off at the last minute because it was either we pay the rent or we pay for groceries, something like that, or one of my mom's medications. And so I remember being told we were like 2 months behind on rent. But we were blessed to have the landlord we did because he knew the situation. And he knew it's not that my parents weren't going to pay him. We just had all these other things, and my mama was sick. So he was very understanding. And he's the only reason why we weren't put back out there on the streets, because of him. And I'll never forget that. Oh, well, happy birthday to your sister, Jiminy Crickets. Hi, King Matt. No, my birthday isn't today, honey. And thank you. My birthday was back on the 10th. Yes, 420. We were, because and I still did eventually get a job. I was 15, and I went and got a job at one of the 24-hour restaurants. I started out as a hostess, just working the weekends because I was still in school. But then I was forced to quit school. So I started working there full time, waiting tables. But I was putting in like 60, 70 hours a week to try and help my parents pay the bills, to feed us, to do whatever I could on my end, um, to help. And also take care of my mama during the day when my daddy and my brother were at school and work because we couldn't afford a home care nurse for her. So I, took it upon myself to be her caregiver, her nurse. Hi, Catherine. How you doing, beautiful? Yeah, there's some who will take advantage, Gina. You're right. So yeah, we were lucky that our landlord wasn't, that way. And I know we were giving him extra money as much as we could when we had it to make up for the months we get behind. Because sometimes we would catch up, but then something would happen and we'd fall behind again. That was another thing. It's 11:11, y'all. Make a wish. All right, beautiful people. Let me go over this reading for y'all. This is a general collective reading. So this is not a personal reading. Oh no, Andre. I'm so sorry to hear that, baby. I'm sending you healing love and light for you and your mama, honey. So beautiful people, take what resonates, leave the rest. If something doesn't resonate, doesn't fit, don't force it to fit. Leave behind for someone else, please. But just keep in mind, this is a timeless reading, so if it doesn't resonate today, it doesn't mean it can't resonate for you down the road. If you should ever feel called to listen to it again, it'll be here. So, beautiful people, y'all thinking about someone, I do see that. Someone's on y'all's heart. But I'll go over these messages from Spirit Guides first. First one is be of service. Always be of service to someone. If there's someone you can help, it doesn't have to be money. It could be your time. It could be, you just physically helping them, like, wash their car. Maybe they're elderly and they don't get around well anymore, and they need their car washed, or maybe they need their cat, or they need their grass cut. Be of service. And Spirit wants you to really lean into this. And it's crazy how we're talking about helping homeless people, because that's the first card that was out. So, Gina, you were meant to help. That was meant to come up tonight for a reason, beautiful. So here's your confirmation. Surrender. Surrender to it. That's what Spirit's saying. The next one is follow the golden rule. So whatever that golden rule is for you, Spirit wants to remind you to follow it. And be compassionate when you think of it and you go by and do it. So always have compassion to beautiful people. Compassion is a beautiful thing. Next one is everyone has value. And this is also true. And us talking about the homeless people again, this kind of, to me, kind of adds to that. Because the card that came out with it is judgment. And, and yeah, we end up judging them. Can't understand how they ended up on the streets homeless, and why is it they're not giving up their drugs and alcohol to be able to have a roof over their head, and so on and so on. There's so many, excuses that, people use for why they don't help them or why they don't feel bad for them, but, that's just judging them, and that's wrong. That's like sometimes we're just projecting our own fears onto them or what we think is going on, instead of taking a deep dive and spending time with them and asking them, well, how did you end up this way? And finding out through them instead of just assuming we have the answer. So always remember, people have value, including people who are homeless. Try not to have judgment. Be able to judge yourself before you go around judging others. Because the next one is lead by example. Lead by example. So be an example. Be a role model for people. Even, helping someone. Whether that's, like I said, your neighbor, a homeless person. You just never know. Be that role model. Step into this power. Because this is something Spirit showing me that y'all are supposed to be doing too. You're supposed to be leading by example. And that's a powerful place to be that light for someone else, but also, for yourself. It could be just as healing for yourself as it can be for others. And then the last one of the Spirit Guide messages before I go into the tarot is love is your energy. And this is true. Be in that light. Be in that love. Feel it. Own it. And reflect it outward into the world. Show people you have love. Show them you have a heart. And show them that they matter. That love gets felt deeply. And you never know how much your love, your compassion can change someone else's day. You just never know how close they could have been to doing something crazy. I don't want to suggest this, but, I'm saying, Because someone said this to me months ago, and I'll tell y'all about it after I read this card. Um, but love is your energy, so be in this because it's a beautiful gift. Love is a beautiful gift. Be able to give it just as much as you want to receive it. Give it. Remember that, y'all, because um, I had one of my medium friends. This was, I don't know, I say 4 or 5 months ago, maybe. Um, I have a subscription to her, to show my love and support. And we were in one of the meetings, and she was talking to me about how, my purpose here, like having this channel, being here with y'all, being able to give y'all my advice, my experiences, my wisdom, plus my, gifts, and being a read tarot and so forth. And, and she was telling me that her spirit team and the Akashic masters were saying that my purpose here is to be even a lot more than what I am now. That I'm meant to be so big that I'm supposed to be before millions of people, is what she was being told. But the what she added to it is that because of what I have to offer, it's my voice, it's what I say, it's my experiences, it's how I connect to people. And she was telling me that I'll be the one that's going to save people's lives, and I'm not going to even know it. And I'll think it's not a big deal, but people will come to you and tell you, because of what you did, because of, the talk you had with them, what you said, and so on, you're going to save their life. You're going to save them from, wanting to end it all and this and that. And you won't think you did anything, but you don't understand the power of your voice and what you do and your gifts. This is what you were put here to do. And I thought about what she said. And yeah, I get what she's saying because, yeah, I can understand there might be someone out there right now who may look at me right now who says, you have no idea how close I was fixing to end my life and, just kiss it goodbye or this and that. I mean, I'm not saying that's not possible, but, but she's also right in what she was saying to me that I'm going to look at it exactly that way. I didn't do anything. I'm just me. I'm just here. I'm thankful I could be here. I'm thankful that whatever I say to you, whatever advice I can offer you, just being a presence here, someone you can connect and relate to. If that helps you, that's wonderful. That's beautiful. And that's why I do what I do. They are mind-blowing, aren't they? And I pulled them a few hours ago. Hi, just a dude. And they are full of wisdom. And they're mind-blowing. So those cards all connected and went with each other. So it's just interesting how Gina had said what she said. So, all right, beautiful people. Now for the tarot. Like I said, this is like y'all are thinking about someone, a relationship. It feels romantic, but it can be a family member, it could be a friend. But I kind of feel like, things been turned on its head, it feels. Y'all are having a lot of doubts, worries, fears, anxiety, losing sleep. It's even caused you to even doubt your self-worth. But I feel like this does involve a family in some way. So even a possibility of a marriage, I feel. Um, and I feel like, there was a time when things, you felt very abundant. You had everything. You had a home. You had your marriage, even possibly kids. And everything was going well. But then something has changed recently, or maybe it's been in recent months. So this seems to be surrounding this is what I'm picking up, okay? And I'll explain why, because here's the tarot. This is y'all's recent past energy. I get the Tower. And the Tower is that card that everybody fears because they think of someone losing it all. Their whole world turning upside down. Losing their job, losing their home, losing their car. not having any money, losing their family even, just losing everything. And I'm not saying this card can't represent that, you know, every now and then. It does, but many times it's just a change. And it's just saying that there's a big drastic change that needs to happen, but it doesn't mean it has to be so crazy like that. With that being said, though, I feel like that's kind of like what this is. Like someone's really lost it. They feel like they've lost their family. You know, they might even be down in the dumps. You know, be going broke even. Just don't have anything. Don't have anyone to turn to. And even their relationship, their marriage, you know, their family. Like no one's, you know, being there for them, being supportive. And so they're losing a lot of sleep over it because I see that things aren't happy anymore. You know, they used to be happy with this Four of Wands, but I'm reading this Four of Wands this way. Instead of celebration, it's disaster for them. So whoever this feels very personal, but whoever this is for. Because the next card I get with it is the Ten of Wands. And the Ten of Wands is all about this burdens, you know, everything just being chaotic, being stressed, being overworked. Nothing's balancing, nothing's working out. So these cards are confirming this tower is that bad tower that people fear. In the present energy, I get the Nine of Swords. And the Nine of Swords is all about having that misery, having, you know, those thoughts, those doubts, those worries, not able to sleep, not able to focus, not able to, you know, enjoy life, do anything. All you can do is replay this over and over in your head. And it's getting the best of you. Are those, you know, fears and thoughts warranted? I'm not going to tell you they are. I'm not going to tell you they're not. What I will say to you is, you know, you can't keep thinking and replaying things over and over and over again. You know, it's already happened. All you can do now is take what you can learn from it and take those lessons and now apply it to the present. But don't get so wrapped up in the past. I'm not saying don't allow yourself to hurt. You know, if your heart is hurting, you know, if yeah, you feel like you just lost it all. I'm not saying don't have those emotions. I'm not saying you're not entitled to feel that way. But don't allow it to consume you so you stop and you give up. You know, but I feel like that's what some of y'all, at least one of y'all, is feeling. Like y'all just don't know what to do anymore. You know, you're trapped. And like you see how this person is right here, you know, covering their face just in anguish, and they can't think, they can't do anything, and they feel very depressed, you know, staying in bed, and they don't want to look outside in the world. So if this is y'all, please don't do that. Find a reason to get up again and try again. And the next one that goes with it is the Three of Pentacles, and this tells me this is part of that relationship because Three of Pentacles is all about partnerships, collaborating. So this feels like a relationship to me. So this is what y'all are still worried about, is thinking about this relationship that's crumbled around you. And it's really taking its toll on you, as I see the Strength card with it. So even though you know, it's hurting you, but you're still trying to find that inner strength to find a reason to still get up and even have hope that maybe this relationship can be saved, or, you know, what you had, you know, if you lost your home or something like that, that you're going to be okay. You'll find a new home. You'll find a new job. You're going to be okay. You know, that's what that inner strength of the Strength card is. Have that confidence. Don't allow the world to get you down like that. Because in the center, here's the Three of Pentacles. Again, this is about partnerships, collaborating. And, you know, this is this relationship. I feel like, you know, this can be a marriage though, but this is a serious relationship for someone. And it's everything you could want. You know, it's everything you dreamed you wanted in a person, in a relationship, up until recently. And it's being confirmed by this Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups is all about your wishes and dreams coming true here. So this person is like a wish and a dream being answered for you. But now what do? You know, because the challenge here is for y'all. I get the Two of Cups. And the Two of Cups is that twin flame, if you believe, or soulmate card. But instead of reading it this way, The energy tells me it's this way. And when I read it this way, this tells me that this person, you know, whoever you are, like your person, they don't feel as interested in making this relationship work. In fact, I don't even feel like they even have that type of interest in, you know, the relationship overall. But maybe, you know, they just feel so burdened. Like maybe they feel like they just have nothing else left to give. But that's the challenge you're facing is, you know, you're wanting to work this out, but this other person isn't willing. I don't feel. So, and it's causing conflicts. And, you know, you're at, you know, you feel like even, I get the 5 of wands with this. You feel like you're competing with others for this person. So maybe they're getting, I don't know, admirers from other people. And so now you feel threatened. I do feel that here too. There's a little jealousy, being threatened. Territorials, another word I just heard. And so the outcome of this is the possible outcome if you don't do anything. I get the 5 of wands again. And if you see here, this is like a lion, dragon, dog, something. I don't know what you would call that. But this is the 5 of wands. It's the same thing as this 5 of wands. There's a lot of conflict. There's a lot of arguing, even competition. I feel like some of y'all competing against yourself, but you're competing with others for this person's attention, for their love, for their heart, I feel. And you're getting caught up in this 8 of swords again, getting caught up in your head, just like this 9 of swords here. This 8 of swords is pretty much the same thing as this 9 of swords. Allowing your worst fears, your doubts, anxieties, depression, all of these things to get the best of you. So what do you do now? If you want this card, you know, if you want this relationship to work, Spirit's showing me maybe it's not meant to work, you know, because the first card I get out of for the advice is, this is the Ace of Pentacles. And this is a card about opportunity. This is an opportunity for you, a new opportunity if you want it, for you to invest your time wisely into a new project, a new career opportunity, you know, a new job where you're, you know, making money. That's where I would invest most of my time in right now. You know, get your feet, you know, get yourself back on your feet before you go trying to win back someone's love, so to speak. That's what I feel here. And Spirit's showing me there's an opportunity for you to do that. But until then, they're showing me it's best to walk away. Because I get the 8 of cups. And I know that hurts. Okay? I'm not saying it won't hurt. But Spirit's saying the best thing you can do right now is walk away. Because you're facing this devil energy. And this devil energy is you. This is like you facing your own fears, your own doubts. You know, maybe even some of y'all are coping and using, you know, substances, or even just overeating, you know, whatever it is that you get pleasure and enjoyment in the moment when you feel stressed and, you know, anxious. This is what this devil energy is. And it's also a card of codependency. So y'all gonna need to break free of this devil energy if you ever want a chance to possibly, you know, make this relationship work. But Spirit wants you to focus on yourself. Because if you can do that, if you can get through, if you follow that advice and face it, you'll end up in this 9 of Pentacles. Very abundant. And you know what's going to happen? This 9 of Pentacles, it's like a single person. But look, you're very abundant. You're happy. You're surrounded by all these beautiful peacocks. You're not focused on someone else. You found your way. You found your worth. You learned that after all this pain and misery and agony of what you have gone through, that it wasn't the best relationship for you. You were better off walking away so you could find yourself again and find your power. So Spirit's wanting you to go this route. Okay? Be in this 9 of Pentacles where you're going to have all the abundance in the world and you're not going to go through and be thinking about them. you know, but you'll be attracting the right person that's meant to be there then. And I even get that with the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune's at the bottom of my deck. The luck will change for the better. And that's what y'all need to know that too. Do not focus on the bad. I understand if things are rough right now. I get it. I've been there. The Spirit's saying this wheel's going to turn in your favor now. Things are going to get better. So don't lose hope, beautiful people. The Devil card's mind-blowing. Why is the Devil card mind-blowing for you, baby? Robert wants a reading. Who y'all talking about? What did I miss? Hi, Danny. Thank you, honey. You too. Oh, thank you, Parker. Robert Petresky. Is that who you're talking about, Moonchild? Hi, Jeffrey. I'm doing good, baby. Thanks for asking. How you doing? Okay. Well, Robert Petresky, if you want a personal reading from me, it's $30 US, honey. Hi, Red ASMR Space. How you doing, baby? I've been gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? All right, beautiful people. Let me go over these few oracle cards I pulled for y'all real quick before I forget. And that's good. As I read something, give me a minute and I'll say something. First card from the oracle decks is from the Gods of the Hidden Realms, and this one's called the Eyes of Mystery. And it says, the Eyes of Mystery remind you that the great mystery, the unknowable power of the divine, cannot be understood with the mind but only felt as a fundamental truth. Humankind has long tried to decipher the secrets of the universe, yet filters all findings through another lens. It's not due to faulty wiring. The way we're made has distinct limitations of perception and perspective. We're invited to either trust in the unseen or to give away our power to materialism or intellectualism. Right now, you're looking for an answer that is as yet unknowable, either because it's still forming and coalescing in the hidden realms, or because knowing in advance will rob you of an essential experience. You might try to push an agenda to feel more certain and secure, but this is not a time to barge ahead or demand transparency. Remain open to the adventure and stay curious and excited about what you may discover. Life is a journey of discovery, not one based on specific travel arrangements. You are on track even if the staircase is in fog and you're shown only the next step before you. Take it. This mystery will be revealed in your favor. And beautiful people, this is, being able to release, your power to the divine and to the universe, and just know that even if you don't have the answer, even if you don't know what's coming ahead, you're not meant to know. And what it is you do know, you're going to know in divine timing, but you're going to be okay. And you feel a deep knowing but you're able to release the need of an advanced knowing of what the future holds for you. You're just going to trust and have that deep knowing and that understanding that if there's something that you're really meant to know right now, the divine and spirit will let you know and they'll guide you to it, to that answer. So it's being at peace and accepting. You don't always need to have all the answers and be able to see everything in front of you or what's coming. And that's a good thing. Ah, the blue fly guy. How you doing, baby? And the next one I pulled from the Healing Heart Oracle. And this is called Healing Heart. Face your shadow and grow. And this is like a love letter to yourself from your higher self. It says, Dear heart, I know you have experienced neglect, rejection, disappointment, and betrayal from those you loved and cared about. This has hurt you deeply and made aspects of your inner self shut down or even wilt away. On some level, you are still holding on to old trauma, whether it was abuse from your childhood, humiliation, or disloyalty from someone you loved, cruelty from those you trusted, or a failure in a relationship or business. Over time, old wounds that have not been lovingly met and healed can fester and sabotage your future. Rather than being open to love, you can shut those who could appreciate, cherish, and encourage you. You can shut out those who could appreciate, cherish, and encourage you. Unhealed pain can also inhibit you from listening to your intuition and daring to follow your dreams. The time has come to face your shadow and heal your trauma so you can expand and grow. We can then partner up, dear heart, and discern what will strengthen us and where to put our love, care, energy, and attention. And beautiful people, this is all about facing your heartache. Face your losses, face the disappointments, the letdowns, whether that's with love, romantic love, family love, friendship love, or, just your, life overall. You know, when you're willing to face your pain and feel it and, learn from it and get through that pain to come out on the end, being healed from it, you shine much brighter. You have so much more wisdom that comes with you and experience. Yes. And, you know, doesn't mean you're going to be nearly as open to love again. If we're talking about romantic love or whatever kind of love, that could have hurt you. No, I'm not saying you will be, but you'll be able to open your heart a little easier than others who haven't healed themselves, who are afraid, because they're afraid of the same thing that happened in their past replaying out. That's what they fear. That's why they won't open themselves up to love or to any other good possibilities coming towards them, because they fear a repeat of their past. And that's why you got to face it. That's your shadow. Your shadow work is your trauma, your, childhood wounds or other wounds you've experienced since then that you have just kind of like compartmentalized and put it away and haven't dealt with it. But it's going to eventually seep back up, and that's when it's going to bite you in the butt unexpectedly. So if you can focus on this, learning to heal your heart and grow, you'll be much better in the long run. And you'll see your life change for the better too, in more ways than one. Okay. And then the angel card I pulled for y'all is powers. Be kind and compassionate. In order for peace to be restored in the outer world, you must first be able to find it within yourself. Your current situation requires you to step into the energy of loving kindness. Realize that the other person is also you. Having consideration for others will open your heart up so that you can see the world through more loving eyes. And the power affirmation you can say to yourself is, I choose to see through the eyes of kindness. I choose to see through the eyes of kindness. So be willing to step into a loving kindness energy for yourself and for others. And you'd be amazed again how much your heart opens, how life just changes for you. And it just takes a complete 360, but changes for the better. Because that's what you want. You want nothing but positivity, especially when you've gone through a lot of crap. Like I said, it feels like the world's just kicking your butt. So, y'all can do it. Y'all can face it. I know y'all can. And that's what I have for y'all beautiful people. For the general collective reading. So again, take what resonated, leave the rest behind. And if something didn't fit, don't force it to fit. Leave it behind for someone else. And if nothing resonated with you today, well, you're here for a reason. So I don't feel like, you know, it's not that this message may not have been meant for you. There could be messages still in here that's meant for you. But maybe it's just not meant for you today. But it doesn't mean it could be true down the road. If you should ever feel called to it again, it will be here. So thank you, beautiful people, for being here. And for y'all's love and support. And thank you to my great mods. Y'all the best. Put these cards up now. Yeah, because I pulled out this new deck. So, tarot deck. Let me make sure I say that. Because it sounds like I'm saying something else. Yeah, please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button, beautiful people. I greatly appreciate you. Put this there. This deck here. Oh, Gina, I know you would, honey. It's okay, beautiful. I understand. You know, you've already done some, so thank you. So how y'all feeling, beautiful people? Dang, I got like this pimple on my forehead. And it's crazy because Toby scratched me up here earlier today, pawing at me, being a pain in my butt. That crazy cat. Ouch, that cat. Yeah, Toby can be a little stinker, I tell you what. Sometimes he's all about playing. He doesn't want to be petted, he just wants to play. I've been on so long, are you tired? Oh, you're talking about earlier, Olivia? Yeah, I got off. I was on this morning. I got off at what? What time did I end the stream at, Bob? I can't remember now. Hi, Linda. Oh, do you? Lilac, that's beautiful. Jiminy, you leaving, baby? And Gina, I just ate some chips and beef jerky because he didn't go to the grocery store like he said he was going to do. Miracle, you're confused about what, honey? About 8:15 is when I got off. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Olivia, I got off at 8:15 my time this morning. And I slept for about 5 hours maybe. And it was solid sleep at least. And that's all I wanted was solid sleep. Because the other day, or the last couple days, my sleep's been all whacked. Like I could not sleep solid for longer than maybe an hour. Hi, Darby. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, you're so funny, blue fly guy. It's 1:15 in the afternoon for you, America. It's 11:48 p.m. right now for me, sweetheart. America, if you're talking about that no good guy again, honey, like an eternal spark, if you were talking about me, he's a narcissist. He's at least very selfish. We'll just say that. Ouch, 420. That sucks. America, we've already had that conversation, beautiful. You know you're supposed to leave that guy alone. Why you keep chasing him? He keeps playing this game with you because you're playing his game. He don't care about you, honey. I know you love him, but obviously his feelings for you aren't genuine, because if they were, he wouldn't be putting you through what you're going through. And Lilac, did you ask me something, honey? I'm sorry. I just saw something about where did I get my bear from. It was a gift for me for Christmas several Christmases ago. It came from the local grocery store here. I love my teddy. So, Dad, did y'all like this new deck I used? I haven't used it, but until tonight. It has some bright colors in it. That's why I like it. And it shuffles like a dream. Okay, good. Well, I'll make sure I use it again, y'all. I've been trying to rotate my tarot decks out. I change them. But I use the one Spirit calls me to use too. But yeah, my teddy bear came from the grocery store. I saw him when I was in there grocery shopping one day. And wanted him because he was the biggest teddy bear I've ever seen. He's like life size. When I say life size, he's every bit of 6 feet. From, the bottom of his feet to the top of his head is he's 6 feet. And he's, wide too. So someone got it for me that year. America, yes, beautiful. Enough's enough. Leave that guy alone. Block him. Don't answer his phone calls. Don't respond to his messages. Let him go. I'm telling you, he keeps playing this stupid game with you because he knows you're gonna play it, because he knows how you feel about him. And as long as you keep showing interest and you keep playing this game with him, he's not gonna stop. And he's gonna keep you on this merry-go-round. That's what he's doing. You deserve better than that. He is my pet, basically. He could be. Lilac, he really could be. You can definitely cuddle up with him, and it's like feeling like you cuddling up with a person. Okay, Moonchild. Sounds good, beautiful. You need one? Yeah, girlfriend, I wouldn't even know where to get one at now because I haven't seen one since him. Like, I think the store had on their shelves, they might have only had 4 of them, 4 or 5 of them. And they wanted $100 for it. One's that big, Darby? Because I've never seen them beautiful. That's the whole reason why I wanted this one. You really want to adopt a dog? Well, why don't you, honey? Wow, the blue flag guy. That's interesting. One floated around the room. Yeah, D. Collins. I wish it worked like that. He doesn't listen to me. Like I said, I'm trying to make sense why he's waiting for me to tell him which flavor Red Bull to get. You know all the flavors I drink. Grab one of each. That's it. Simple. But he has to make it complicated. I have no idea. And if I was to walk out there right now, chances of him having to put that grocery list in to order the groceries, slim to none and slim left town. I pretty much can guarantee it. You too, America. Keep your head up, beautiful. Oh, that's cool. Lilac. Blue fly god, that's very interesting, baby. The way they appeared like that. No, I don't think we live in a matrix. Do different dimensions exist? Yes, that I do believe, but I don't consider it a matrix. You like big dogs and you cannot lie. That's funny, Lilac. Well, Lilac, I have to. Hi, Diana. Man, I needed that lunar and solar eclipse to kind of calm down because I needed some sleep. Oh, thank you, Darby. No, he's still doing the same thing, beautiful. Nothing's changed. He's just existing. It's always good to see you too, Diana. Oh, Diana, it messed up my sleep. I mean, this morning I was able to sleep, thank God. But then 2 nights before that, nope. Maybe an hour and then wake back up. Another hour and wake back up again. What does that mean in essence, Bob? Hello, Julio. Oh, thank you, Darby. You're so sweet, honey. Welcome back, Gina. I'm working on it, beautiful. I mean, I have every intention on being free and being in my own independence and not being here. Oh, yeah, Bob, that's exactly what it is. Oh, Diana, I'm sorry, beautiful. I hope everyone's feeling better. Hello, Yellow Coyote. How you doing, baby? Absolutely. It will drive you crazy. It drove me crazy. It drove me crazy for 2 days straight. Like, I couldn't understand why I could not freaking sleep. I mean, my first day off, I did sleep. My second day, yeah, I slept, but it wasn't as solid. And then when I came back Wednesday, it was crazy. I could not get sleep for nothing. Raymond Reyes, I don't have a Cash App, honey. I only have Venmo, Zelle, PayPal, and Buy Me a Coffee. Unfortunately, Cash App closed my account, and I don't know why. Yeah, I understand that, Diana, because you're an empath. You know, Darby, I did, many years ago, but not now. Because I've never really had trouble sleeping. And then they gave me something else that's supposed to help me sleep, plus help with my nerve pain. No, Darby, they closed it. So it's like now I'm gonna have to figure out how to get a new account open. Like I'm probably gonna have to um reach out to my cell phone company and find out what the other number is to my other account that I have with them and see if I can use that number to get a new account set up because this is BS. Because I know a lot of people do use Cash App and they ask me about it. So that's what I'm about to do. I mean, tomorrow, well, I was hoping like tonight after I get done streaming that I was just going to go into, La La Land and sleep for several hours like I normally do. But that's not going to happen because he told me earlier we got to be at the mechanic at, I think he said 9:30 in the morning to drop the car off for them to take a look at it real quick and decide if it's an easy fix or if it has to be left there. Hi, MAGA. Baby, I need my 8 hours sleep too, but there's just some nights I don't get it, no matter what I do. Ramon Reyes, DM you. What am I supposed to DM you for? Um, yes, Darby Gabapentin, which is the Lyrica generic. But they gave me something else, but I'm only supposed to take it at night for when I go to sleep. And I won't take it on the nights I stream. Because if I do, it'll knock me out for a clear 10, 12 hours. So I wait till my day off and then I'll take it one day so I can get that solid sleep and make up for the week, throughout the week when I've been working, streaming for the hours I miss sleeping. And then I feel better. Really, MAGA? Melatonin keeps you up, baby? That's weird. Bob, which night is what, baby? Research microdose. Yeah. Pretty much Sunday night / Monday morning. That's when I sleep. And sometimes I'll sleep into Monday night and wake up late in the night. So I get a clear 12-hour sleep at least. That's if I don't have anywhere to be. And it's there's the pro and con to it. I end up having to sleep half my first day off, but I also understand I need it to recharge so I can come back and be here with y'all, after I, have Tuesday off. Yeah. 32 next month. Wow. Oh. Okay, beautiful Judith. Well, thank you for being here with me, beautiful, for a little while. I always enjoy your company, beautiful. You have a good night, sweetheart, and sweet dreams to you. I'll see you back here Wednesday. Okay, Diana. That sounds good, honey. You're 30, MAGA? I just turned 44. Well, thank you. I still feel good. I don't feel like I'm 44. I still feel like I'm in my 20s. Well, MAGA, I will take that as a compliment, baby. Many people think I'm much younger, so I understand. But no, baby, I just turned 44 on the 10th. Maybe my genes helped to keep me young. I don't know. I'm thankful that I still look young to people, though. Well, thank you. It's already midnight. Yours is the 28th. Yeah, you'll have to remind me of that, Darby, so I can put it on my calendar. I know somebody else's birthday's on the 25th, so. And Miss Majestic Oracle, hers is today, the 31st. 3 p.m. too early for sleep, maybe a nap later. Yeah, Bob, I hear you, baby. It still takes me, when I get off from streaming, it still takes me a couple hours to wind down usually before I even fall asleep, so. Hold on, y'all. I was looking at something. I want to make sure I'm correct. Yeah, that's what she said. Yeah, beautiful people. If Majestic Oracle comes in, y'all know who she is. She's one of my mods. Wish her a happy birthday, because today's her birthday, the 31st. MAGA, I'm in Georgia, but I'm originally from California. You slept in till 7:30 this morning, Bob? That's you sleeping in, baby? Wow. Joko, are you talking to me? I'm just curious what you mean by that. And why is it that you think, if you're talking to me, why you think I'm in a bad mood? You obviously have a different perspective than the people who are here who know me well. You know, I mean, that's pretty messed up to make such a comment like that. You know, do you even know what I do? Or let's see. Oh, wait, because I'm not over here laughing from ear to ear like a clown. You apparently think that I'm in a bad mood. You know, that's pretty messed up. That's not the way you talk to women or people in general. Like, why is it because I'm not smiling from ear to ear, I have to be in a bad mood? You know what I think it is? I think you don't know how to handle a woman like me, because you can never come across a strong woman like me who don't take no BS from people. And you misread and misunderstand who and what I am. That's what I think. You know, when I smile, that's genuine. That's not a facade. That's not me just pretending to smile. When you see me smile, it's genuine. When you see me laugh, it's a genuine laugh. So, you know, what I do know is I'm real. I'm true. I'm authentic to me. If my energy don't, resonate with you, you don't have to be here either. Because understand me, I'm confident enough in myself that I'll be okay. If you don't like me, if your energy doesn't resonate with me, not a problem. That's right, Darby. See, my viewers, my subscribers been with me a while. My mods, they know this about me. So, hi, Ashley. Happy Sunday to you too, beautiful. You're normally up at 5 a.m. Everyone lives in Georgia. Is that right, MAGA? Well, I didn't know that, baby. Oh, wow, D. Collins. Well, thank you, baby. That's sweet of you. 5 a.m. 5 a.m. is a little early for me. Isn't that the truth, Darby? It's like, I mean, y'all want to come in here and, tell me when I'm supposed to smile and nonsense. Yeah, try again. No, thank you, Parker. I appreciate y'all very much. You're up at 5:30 in the morning, Moonchild? Let me tell y'all something. If I'm up at 5:30 in the morning, it means I haven't gone to bed yet. 9 times out of 10. So, and I'm sure y'all probably noticed that from yesterday when I streamed. So if I'm still up at 5:30, that means I haven't been asleep yet. Because I'm not a morning person. Hi, Smiley. How you doing? I understand, Moonchild. The blue fly guy, you just gonna keep buzzing around, baby? You must be a beautiful dragonfly. Parker, yes, I've always been a night person. Oh, Smiley, I'm gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too. Yeah, I've always been a night owl. And it's not that I couldn't like get on a regular sleeping schedule and be up in the morning, because there was a point in time I did, because I did actually work the daytime hours, but like the last 20 years, I've been a night person. I'm a night owl. It would take a lot of adjustments for me to have to get up regularly early in the morning instead of sleeping in the morning. Like when y'all getting up, you know, getting y'all's kids ready for school and going to work y'all selves, I'm going to bed. So it's always funny and I always get tickled. Y'all are waking up and I'm going to sleep. Bob, it sounds familiar, baby, but I can't tell you if I watched it, honestly. I couldn't tell you. Are you, Smiley? You're a night owl, too? Yeah, I'm a night owl. I love the night. It's more peaceful. It's quiet. Because, like, I'm in here right now, right? And it's midnight for me. And it's Sunday. Do y'all hear any cars going by? No. Because everybody already gone to bed. Because they know they gotta get up and go to work. Right? But, like, yesterday, I was hearing cars coming through here all night long. It's like, what's going on? The freaks come out at night. Yeah, some of them do. So, but I can connect to spirit better at night because it's more quiet. There isn't as much activity going on. There isn't as much movement going around that affects the energy around me. Exactly, Bob. I wish this one would learn to do that too. Hi, Karen. How you doing, beautiful? Hi, Joyce. You go to bed at daylight too? Yep, that's me, honey. Oh, yeah. Moonchild. I remember that my grandparents had a few chickens when I was young. And I remember we had a rooster, and it would go off at a certain time in the morning. It's like, oh my goodness, shut up. I feel you, Darby. Moonshine. Yeah, I need to figure something out because obviously when I go to sleep, the sun will be rising and people will start traveling, going to work, and then I'll hear all the traffic going back and forth. And I think that can probably disrupt my sleep sometimes too. That's awesome, Darby. I don't watch TV. I don't ever get a chance to. But then even if I get a chance to, it's not like I really want to. mm. Hi, Sergeant Curtis. Good to see you. Sorry about you losing power. Hi, Karen. You slept all day? Well, beautiful. You needed it, apparently. Hi, Ricky. Aw, that's so sweet of you, baby. You'll make me blush over here. Moonchild, you're making me laugh, honey. And I don't mean to laugh at you, but I can relate to you, too. I really can. Hi, Bubba. Thank you, Darby, for the reminder to everybody. And if you have a chance to leave a comment, too, that helps the algorithm. Olivia, what exactly do you mean, beautiful? I mean, I honestly thought, Moonchild, that when I moved here, I honestly thought I was moving out to the country where it wasn't going to be any traffic. Yeah, I was dead wrong. Because this street by my house, where my neighborhood sits, it's the main street to get, out of my little town and to get to the interstate. Mm-hmm. Karen, I know what you mean too, honey. Yes, Darby, I have beautiful. And that's something I'm going to work on soon. Oh, that's cool, Lilac. Other people have suggested the white noise too. I'll have to see. I'll have to like take my computer with me and plug it in and play it from like YouTube or something and just see what works. If anything works. Olivia, there's a lot. You know, how old are you, Olivia, by the way? Okay, so you're just starting life. Um, I guess it really depends on what you want out of your life, beautiful. Oh, really, Darby? Well, I'll have to look into that, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for offering your help, sweetheart. I mean, Olivia, I guess what it is, like, what are your main goals in life? Like, do you ever see yourself wanting to, I don't know if you're in college or not, but if you're not, do you see yourself going to college, getting a degree? Are you looking to eventually get married and have a family of your own? Like what are those main goals? You know, that's what I kind of need to understand first to kind of help give you the best advice I can give you. Moonshot, oh my goodness, honey. Yeah, I have one of those people who would snore like that, and it didn't matter. I remember it was bad. Um, because Olivia, you know, if you're living at home, this is what I would tell you: stay at home as much as for as long as you can, and save up as much money, most of your money, because when unfortunately, and it bothers me for people like you because I understand that if there was a desire for home ownership, and I'm assuming you live in the United States. If you don't, you know, I apologize. Correct me. Um, but that's part of the American dream is being a homeowner. And I know that the cost of housing is just outrageous. That I don't know how most of y'all are going to be able to reach it. It's ridiculous. Good for me, yes, because I'm already in a home. But terrible for y'all who are much younger because of the cost being that outrageous. And I'm not just talking about in the known states that are known for being outrageous, like California, New York, Hawaii, that kind of thing. I'm not talking about that. Even where I'm at in Georgia, It's ridiculous. It makes no sense. I'm now seeing um prices for housing is pretty much what I would expect to pay in California for a regular size house. I'm not talking about no mansion. I'm talking about for a regular 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom house. That's, very modest, scaled back. It's ridiculous. So I would suggest to you to live at home for as long as you can and save up your money, honey, if that is part of your dream, because it's going to be so hard to come up with that kind of money for a down payment. When you think of, we'll just say we'll say $500,000 for a home, 20% down payment for a $500,000 home. That's what you need to put down. Most people will never reach that. So that's what I mean. And I want y'all to have that chance. And it ticks me off that I feel like y'all are gonna be left out. And then I worry what's gonna happen to y'all. Y'all aren't gonna be able to afford a home, unless you are blessed with parents who have money, or they leave you their home when they pass. The home ownership is not there. And it's crazy. And I don't understand it. Hi 808, how you doing, baby? So that would be one thing from a financial standpoint. Um, just general life advice. I would say that to anyone. Um, and understand me, just another thing I'll mention. If you have credit cards, beautiful. I'm not telling you not to use your credit cards, but please don't go maxing them out. Do not get carried away with them. Do not go through and charge up your credit card like as if um you got that kind of money in the bank, but you honestly don't, to pay it off at the end of each month, because that will get you in trouble too. So what you want to do is you want to use a credit card like a debit card. Okay, if you don't have the money in the bank, don't charge it. Okay, um, if you can't pay it off in full at the end of the month, don't do that, because you're setting yourself up. Because the interest is outrageous. It's outrageous what you would pay. Just paying the monthly minimum it's ridiculous. So that's one thing I learned when I was your age, to manage money and to manage it well. So I will not go shopping, and I won't even window shop if I don't have any money in my bank to spend, because I already know I'm gonna see something I want. And not that I don't have that kind of control, because I do. I'm very disciplined in that way. But it's going to drive me nuts. I'm going to see something I want I can't have, unless I'm willing to go put it on a credit card and not pay it in full, as an example. And I'm not going to do that. So why put myself through that torture? So I don't go shopping. I don't even window shop unless I have money to spend. Um, when it comes to like love, you got to put yourself out there. Enjoy life, okay? Be happy. Be confident, okay? Because people always talk about, they put so much craziness into appearance, which I don't understand. But you know, people will say, well, of course you don't understand. You're beautiful. I still don't understand it, because I love from my eyes. I don't love from my eyes. I love from my heart and my soul. But be confident who you are. And live life and make all the memories you can make. Think of things you want to do and try and do it. Find a hobby. If you don't have no hobby or interest that makes you happy and makes you feel whole and complete about yourself without having a romantic partner, I would suggest you to go find one, because you don't want to suddenly find yourself in a romantic relationship, and then you find um, you will kind of lose yourself in that relationship because you kind of bond as one. But you may find out that, you know, your significant other, okay, they may like to go hang out with their friends, you know, one night a week after work or on the weekends without you. And then it's like, well, then you get sad and depressed, right? Because you want to be with them instead of being at home or whatever, unless you have friends you can go do things with too. So you want to find that happiness within yourself. Find that fulfillment. Find what completes you without turning to anyone else to help make you happy and complete you from the inside out. So that way, when you are alone or the relationship doesn't work out, it won't rip your world apart. It won't devastate you, you know, to the degree that I've watched it devastate people who don't have any hobbies or interests or don't have any friends, and they don't feel whole. They don't feel good about themselves. They don't have any self-esteem and self-worth and this and that. So they struggle with that. They struggle with being alone. So what I want you to learn is learn your independence to love you by yourself. Okay? And if you can own that energy, you will attract the right people who are meant to be in your life, you know, but you'll attract the right, you know, higher caliber people, will say. Not saying you're not going to attract the no good for nothing ones too, but you'll have more out there because they're going to see that strength in you, you know, that wisdom, that experience, that confidence. They're going to see that, you know, whether they're beside you or not, you're going to be happy, and, you know, yeah, you're going to enjoy, make the most of the time you have when y'all spend quality time together, when y'all are physically together, or when y'all are just talking on the phone or whatever. But they're not going to be what makes you happy, because you're going to have other things that come from you that doesn't come from anyone else that makes you happy and fulfills you. You know, it's always so easy to get wrapped up that way. Because like me, Olivia, I'll give you this example. When when I met my insignificant other, I was working anywhere from 60 to 80 hours a week, um, at a restaurant waiting tables. But guess what? I had my own place too. I was paying all my bills on my own. And when I wasn't working, I had a life, you know. I had things that I was interested in. I went through, I shoot pool, and I bowl. And those are my two great loves and passions. So when I'm looking for something that, you know, to do if I'm getting bored, or, you know, like the example I gave, something that makes you happy and fulfills you, doing those makes me happy. And I love it. You know, I really do. I'm at home there. And um, when I met him, it was actually at a pool hall. And I didn't want anything to do with him. I didn't want to talk to him. I was having a bad day. I just got off work. I was still grieving the loss of my mama. You know, she had only been gone maybe 8 months. And so, um, that night, I just wanted to be with my friends, but really enjoy my own company, being at the pool hall. And he saw me when I was playing, shooting pool with my friends, and they left. So he decided to approach me later that night and asked me if I would play pool with him. And my, you know, natural answer is like, yeah, it's $50 a game though. And I was serious. If he wanted to play me, he was going to play me for money. And, you know, because I just, I really I didn't want anything to do with him. Would I play him for $50 a brack? Yes. Do I play people for that much money? Yes. But my reason behind it was I thought he would say no and shut me down flat and walk away. To my surprise, he didn't. And so, okay, well, we're going to play. And first game, I run the table out on him. Second game, 9-ball winner on the break. Won that game too. And then he said he was done. He couldn't lose any more money to me. So I thought he would just give me the money and I could walk away and I'll probably never see him again. That was my thought, you know. Yeah, he was a little slick, we'll say, because he went through and told me he didn't have the cash on him, you know, and I wasn't even like worried about it, to be honest. Um, I could have told him to go to an ATM, but whatever. So he said, well, if you give me your number, I'll get in touch with you in a couple days and we'll meet up and I'll give you the money then. Okay, fine. I still didn't think he was going to go through and keep his word. To my surprise, he reached out to me a couple days later, and instead of paying me the cash that he owed me for the games, he asked if he could take me shopping instead. And so we went shopping, and everything I picked out, he paid for. He didn't throw a fuss. He didn't hesitate. It ended up being, a good amount more than the $100 he lost to me. And it reached a point where it's like, no, you can't keep buying me stuff, is what I'm saying to myself. So we go into another store, and I went through and I picked out a few more things. And we go up to the register, and he pulls out his wallet like he's going to pay for that too. And I looked at him, I stopped, and I said, no, you don't. I said, I appreciate everything you've done for me. I appreciate you keeping your word. I appreciate, you spend a little more money than what you owed me. I said, but understand me. You don't impress me. That doesn't impress me. I said, you want to know why? I said, because I stand on my own. I said, so anything I buy, anything I pick out from here on out, I'm paying for, not you. And I, handed my, card um, to the cashier, and he was completely surprised. Hot dead zone. So, I think that, really intrigued him more about me, that I was that strong and that independent. He knew I wasn't, going after him for money or anything like that. I was, fine. And, so, um, when, it got serious, I didn't think I was going to get married. I didn't want to get married. I didn't think I was the, um, type of person to be married. But he wanted to get married, and, and he treated me so well that, I mean, I was crazy, head over heels in love with this man. And I surely would have struggled living without him. You know, I was that in love with him. He had my heart. There was no question. And but I told him, I said the only way I would agree to marry him is he would have to go through and still do the things he did for me all the way up to that point. That stuff never stop. He better promise me that. And I promised him I would do the same things. And I also said, and I'm gonna have my nights out. I said, understand me. Just because we're getting married doesn't mean I don't get to go hang out with my friends. Oh, and my guy friends too, especially. Understand me. You will not cut me off from my friends, especially my guy friends. So if you're gonna act jealous in any kind of way, there's the door. Because I'm not putting up with it. And I won't. I will not tolerate that nonsense. And, you're gonna have to trust me. You're gonna have to trust that, the male friends I have, we're friends and that's it. I've had them for years. I've known them for years. If I truly wanted to be involved with any of them, it would have already happened. You know, I said, but these are the people I've met through the years, of whether it was through work, through school, through a get together from a family or other friend, or playing pool or bowling. So these are my friends, you know, and I have female friends too, but I was standing up for my guy friends. So I told him that, and he said, okay, he agreed. Okay. And I do, or I used to. I mean, I haven't made an effort with it now. One night a week, I would go hang out with my friends without him, whether that was to shoot pool or to bowl or just to have dinner. It wasn't, you know, it was just friends getting together, being friends. There was nothing to it. And he handled it pretty well. Um, at the beginning of our relationship, he showed his jealousy, so I mean, I had to handle that then, but he got control of that, but he let me be me. Um, I never had to, you know, ever explain to him anything about my friends. He knows me. He knows where I stand about that. You know, he knows that my friends are my friends, and if I don't want to be with him, I'll flat out tell him, and so forth. So be with someone when you do find someone. Make sure you have those hobbies and interests, and make sure they understand this, and make sure you make it clear how important these things are to you, so you don't lose it when you do get involved with someone, when it becomes serious. And I'm not saying don't live that life separately from your significant other. Invite them to it, yes, but also still have a little bit of independence from them, to where, like, do they really need to be with you every single time? Like, let's just say you do, you take an art class or something having to do with art as an example. Do they really have to go with you every time? Can you just go by yourself and enjoy the people that take this class with you as an example without your significant other be there? Just to be you, to be your individual. That's what I'm trying to get to, you know, when I'm explaining this. Otherwise, again, you'll lose yourself. And if you lose yourself, you lose your power. When you lose your power, I mean, you lose your will, your direction. You don't know what to do or where to go, especially if the relationship ends. So always stay true to that. And Olivia, that's the exact mindset you need to have, beautiful. So that's the right one. Because that's what I want you to understand. This is what I always say to people when it comes to romantic love. And it is, I don't love you because I need you. I need you because I love you. So don't get it twisted. Okay, and there is a big difference. So if you truly can understand that, you'll be just fine, you know. But I would go out there and take risk as far as meeting people. Try things you ain't never done before. Don't be afraid to try something new. Don't be afraid to explore. You know, um, I don't know where you would commonly go to meet people, um, but I would branch out too and go do something else that I haven't thought of doing. And the chances of meeting someone might be there instead. Stay true to what it is you want in a relationship and what you're looking for. Don't settle. Don't ever settle. Because another thing I know is there's guys out there, and it seems like, you know, I'm not knocking you guys, so don't get it twisted. Um, but there's a good amount of the guys out there, both your age and even around my age, and even some older, who only want to give the bare minimum, but expect you to give all of you. No, do not settle for that. You know, that's a bunch of BS, because you end up finding that instead of being on this high bar, you know, and staying at this high bar, when your partner's down here, what are you going to do? If he doesn't come up to try and meet you, you're going to eventually have to come down here in order for y'all to have a better foundation for it to be more solid to live on, or You're going to want out because you're going to want someone better who's going to meet you at this level, not for you to fall down here. So don't ever do that to yourself either. And if they're not willing, um, if they're not willing to better themselves, to want to do more, to not just make you happy, but make y'all happy as a couple, but to make themselves better, don't settle for that either. You know, because you're going to find that there's going to be times there's going to be a heavy burden you may have to carry in it that you may not have thought of or that you may not prepared for. So, relationships are complicated. Love's complicated. It doesn't have to be that complicated, but people make it very complicated. And it just depends on your thought process, how you approach it, what your perspective is, what you expect from it, what you plan on giving to it, and so on. You'd rather be single than Parker? What you mean, baby? Yeah. You too, Dead Zone. You know, you just gotta make sure, Olivia, that you're happy and fulfilled. You know, and what you said is very true because it's also what I say about, you know, I don't need someone in my life to be happy or to make me happy because my happiness comes from within inside me. What I do, how I feel, how I live. Now, does that mean that people can come into my life and add happiness to my life? Well, of course, and they do. But it's not the core of what makes me happy, you see. I can be happy by myself. I can enjoy my own company, in fact. And many times I do rather be in my own company. I enjoy my solitude. But as much as I enjoy my solitude, I do enjoy interacting with people and I enjoy spending time with people. And when I am with people, I give them my time and attention. Um, I really try not to distract from anything. I really try to be in the moment with them and not be so worried about what's going on with other people or be looking at my phone or anything like that. So, you know, learn your love language. That would be another thing I would, advise if you haven't done so. Because the love language will help you in a lot of ways too. Because everybody has a different love language. And the way you express your love might be different than the way someone else you meet expresses their love. And then you don't understand it and it confuses you. You don't see them as showing their love and appreciation, which may be wrong. They might be expressing their love. They're just expressing it in a different way than the way you're used to. That's okay, Darby. Bob, isn't that the truth? You're right about that, baby. Yes, yes, yes. So learn to enjoy your own company would be a big one. I would tell you. Because if you can really do that and enjoy being alone, just in your own company, your own space, you won't feel the need to attract people that aren't going to meet you where you want them to. You won't settle because of for the same reasons. And if your worth can be that high, your self-esteem and confidence be that high, you won't ever settle either. But know what exactly you want, and don't be afraid to ask for it. I would tell you, a wise woman always told me, the answer will always be no until you ask. Don't be afraid to ask someone, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is. The worst that person could say to you is no. They're going to tell you no if you're asking for something, or they could tell you no, they don't want to tell you. Okay. But that's the worst that can happen, right? Um, and you're already prepared for that. But what if they say yes and they're willing to, give you what it is you're asking for or answer your question? But then you just, got in your own way by not asking because you were afraid. Don't be afraid. Be fearless. Be fierce is what you should do. And you should never be afraid to ever express to anyone how you think or how you feel. So be confident in that too. And that will go a long way because if you can do that, people can never come to you and say, well, I didn't know you felt that way. Or I didn't know, this or that. Really. Because if I know me, if I told you, you weren't listening then, you know. And of course, they don't catch that or they don't like the fact that I realize that. But it's true because I know me, I'm not afraid to tell you how I think or how I feel about anything or where you stand with me, period. But Parker, that's funny, baby. I get that too, baby. What you're saying, Parker. And understand me, Olivia, it's great to have a huge group of friends. And I'm not going to tell you it's not. But that huge group of friends, if you were to, if you have a big group of friends, if things were to go really south and you needed them, truly, how many on that list could you reach out to that in your heart and soul will come and help you and be there for you? And that's how you cut through the BS, okay? You know, I don't need a lot of friends to be happy. It's a matter of quality. You know, I want quality over quantity any day. And that includes my friendships, my relationships, even the time I spend with people. Yeah, there are times, I love to spend all weekend with you. Sure. And I go through that. But then there's those days where it's like, listen, I just want to have a few hours with you. Let's just lay around and talk or let's go have dinner. But I'm going to make the most of those few hours with you. And you're going to remember them. You know, if you are there in that time with me, you will remember them. That's how I live. So it's not about quantity, it's about quality. So look for those quality people. Oh, 808. I'm so sorry, baby. My bad. I overlooked it. I apologize, 808. If you got time, baby, I'll do it now. Hey, Sandy. How you doing, baby? I was thinking about you. I was wondering where you were at. How you feeling, 808? I was thinking about you and I was praying for you, baby. About your surgery. How did it go? I'm Gravy Casey. Thank you for asking. How you doing? It's 1 o'clock. My time now. 808, you still here, baby? You're just okay, Casey? No, I'm sorry, baby. Well, I'm happy to hear it went well, baby. I see the comment about you said you're okay, Casey. You work today? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, 808. Baby, what you, do you have a question, baby, or do you just want a general? 239 Loki, your name is Casey too. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to figure out. Well, 239, I'll just call you 239, baby. That way you know I'm talking to you. That's a nice quote, Lily. Just a general. You want a love reading? A general love reading, baby? Is that correct? Or you just want a general? I'm trying to make sure I understand this right, baby. I know you missed my birthday too, 808. Okay, baby. Just a general. Okay. Yeah, it is. I don't get too carried away in those though. Shut up, Siri. Okay. I just want to make sure I didn't overlook anybody else. Okay. Hi, TD. Yeah, I saw that comment, Casey. That's beautiful. So, Olivia, that's pretty much my advice. Beautiful. I'm sorry. I gotta do this paid reading. So, hi, Eric. How you doing? Yeah, that crazy cat out there. Maybe, Sandy. Depends on what you mean, baby. Man, I can't make this up. Damn, 808. I hope you don't have somebody in your circle who likes to play with dark magic. Casey, I'm Graven, baby. I can't really talk right now. I'm doing a paid reading, sweetheart. So I'm focused on just that person. Alright, Spirit. What the heck is going on here? Hmm. Okay, Spirit. Don't tell me nothing. Hey, wait, you didn't just end a relationship, did you? Okay. Yes. Eternal life, you're here. I just saw those rings again. That orb. I know I didn't see no symbol. Mhm. Mhm. Damn, baby, are you caught up in your feelings? Thank you, Spirit. Huh. I can't make this up. said. I love this damn deck, but I hate it when they change the name of the cards, like the suits. Because then I don't freaking know what they are. It's not making sense to me. Where'd it go? I could have sworn I turned over another one. Where'd it go, Spirit? Maybe not. Spirit. Page. Queen. Clarity. Alright, baby. Oh my goodness. You ready? 8:08. If I run to the restroom real quick, come back, I can go over this with you. Eternal, I just saw a shadow in my bathroom. Eternal, I don't know if you heard me, baby. I just saw a shadow in my bathroom. It was white, but I saw it. Like, I just got done using the bathroom, and I was looking in the mirror real quick, and it was to the left of me. It appeared right there in the corner, and then it was gone. So, alright. Yeah, you wish, Brandon. You wish you were that lucky, and I was that desperate. It's the reading I'm going to do. You think so, Moonchild? Well, that could be why this other card's here, because there's something else. Alright, 808, you ready, baby? Alright, baby. I'm just gonna get this one out of the way, baby. Because I saw that shadow person in my bathroom. I know Moonchild's connected to. She thinks it's connected to this reading I'm gonna do to you, or doing for you, but you know the spirit guide messages I pull, and one of them is release toxic relationships. And guess what card came out with it? This is the shapeshifter card. And this is a card that I would look at many times as someone like messing around with the dark forces in the spirit world, or think of witchcraft, spell casting, that kind of thing. So, baby, I don't know if there's someone within your circle, or even someone you may know at a distance that's been in your circle that plays around in that world. But Spirit wants it to come forward and wants you to know about it. So, Baby, I would make sure I would invest in some smudging crystals. Make sure you pray, call in your archangels in to protect you, and just be mindful of it, because there's something ain't right, baby. Something feels a little off. I can't explain what it exactly is, but something feels off. And it almost feels like to me as if this person's pretending to be one way to you, but once you turn away, it's someone else. And it's a double face, yes, but it's more than that. It's in a spiritual way. Like someone's using dark forces here, like to work against you. Um, to try and chain you is what I just heard. I don't know if it's like to try to like trap you, like in a relationship of some kind. It to bind you down. So I don't know if they're trying to bind you so you fail. I don't know if it's trying to bind you to a relationship so you can't leave them. There's something here though that's going on in the background that you need to be made aware of, baby. So again, I would make sure I would invest in crystals, smudging your house, making sure you pray, making sure you call in the archangels too to surround you. Um, I don't know if I would go as far as to going and meeting someone that's like a high priestess or something, but I can't dismiss that possibility either, baby. There's something ain't right here with whoever this person is. So this is something that Spirit wants you to know. Um, the next one is let go of ego. And I feel like your confidence has been shaken a lot. This kind of feels like devil energy to me, of you getting caught up in, your doubts, fears, even being tied to um whether that feels like codependency. I don't feel it's codependency. And if it is, I only feel like that's possible right now only because you just had surgery. So yeah, you might have to rely on someone to help you with certain things, but I feel like you feel a little less than yourself. I feel like you don't feel like the king of your world right now. It's kind of like the energy I'm picking up. Excuse me. And Spirit wants you to understand that this is a process that you're going to have to go through this healing. And I feel like you will come back to yourself soon. You just got to allow yourself this time to focus on yourself, your healing. And everything else will fall in line after that. Because that even comes into your emotions right now. Because I feel like your emotions been a little all over the place. Understand, going through surgery and taking the medications might be messing with you. But, maybe you don't feel as secure in your relationship, in your job, those types of things, elements that are, very important to you. So it's causing some disruptions in your energy of not feeling like, you are like king of your world. That's the best way I can put it. But this is part of your transformation too, because I get the rebirth card with this. And I feel like there's going to be a lot more that's going to come your way once you get done with your healing and focusing on just your health alone. And I feel like there's even something else that Spirit's trying to direct you towards, but they got to allow you to focus on healing you first. And, your whether it's physical, mental, emotional, all of it. They need you to focus on that. And then the spiritual side of it will come in afterwards. But release those doubts, any fears, things, disappointments, things that aren't working out in your favor or how you initially anticipated or wanted them to work out. Because I feel like you have been experiencing some fear. Fear of what exactly? I'm not getting a clear answer, but you've been fearing something not going the way you wanted, or maybe even your relationships, failing, a strain. I can understand even if you wanted to look at your career and finances, that would make sense to me in that regard. So I feel like there's been some focus on that, but Spirit wants you to not worry. Just be yourself. Just be yourself. Do the best you can. That's all you can do, baby. You know, if anyone puts any expectations on you right now, I just feel they would be, I'm not going to say wrong, but I feel like it's premature. And, you know, because of everything that you're dealing with right now, even though you feel like everything's going well with your healing, but I just feel like, you know, to put too much expectations on you, or you even put that on yourself, you got to let that go. Just trust in you, trust in the process you're going through right now, and release everything else. You know, you can't control it, right? You can only do the best you can with what you have right now, what's before you. What's behind you, you know, that's gone, that's done with. Focus on the right now and what you see in the future, not what happened yesterday, baby. Okay? And then the last one is trust your intuition. You get an inkling, you get a bad feeling, a red flag, something don't feel right, baby. Listen to it. Okay? And, you know, sure, you can excuse things and say, oh, well, maybe I'm only feeling this way because, you know, the doctors did put me on this medication to help with the pain or to help, you know, with, you know, fight off, you know, a possible infection, whatever. And I'm not saying that couldn't play a role, but I feel like it's more than that. I feel like there's little psychic hits you've been picking up here and there. But I feel like you've been kind of second guessing them too because of what you're going through right now. And that's understandable. And that's a logical way of looking at things. So I commend you for that, for looking at it from another possibility, because I've done it myself. But Spirit's saying no. That's them coming through with their own wisdom to help you right now. You know, like this owl, you know, trying to come through and deliver those messages to you to make you aware of some certain things and even people right now. So, and it's crazy, baby, because this all comes in, this all got pulled out next to these cards. Release toxic relationships and the shapeshifter. So I feel like you kind of may even have an idea of who this person or people are that it could involve. So don't second guess it, baby. Now, I just pulled from like your recent past into your present. The other ones, I just want to see what's going to come in for you, is how I did this. And then I pulled some cards for romance and then different oracle cards with this. So this recent past or coming into it, if this hasn't happened, I feel like this is the recent past, but part of it's still playing out. So it's a little bit of both. This is all about you getting kind of like lost, you know, in like that moon card where I feel like things just, you have a fear of something, you don't feel secure, you feel like there's certain things that you're unaware of or people are keeping things from you. And I'm not necessarily feeling that, baby. I feel like there's maybe some confusion. I feel like maybe things could be misinterpreted. And, you know, does the moon card usually represent like things kept in the dark, you know, that you're unaware of too? Yes, it can. And it can also represent intuition. So could you bring the darkness of like these two cards together with it? Yeah, you could. But I'm not really picking up that it's all of that. It might be a sliver of it. There's just other things in the background right now I feel they're going on that you fear, or you're not in complete faith of it's gonna be okay, or doubting yourself, the stability. Like I feel like even some of your emotions has been kind of like a little unbalanced, just because I feel like you're more connected to your emotions than most, is the other thing I pick up from you. And that's what I've picked up in your energy in prior readings I've done for you. So I feel like, you know, like right now, I have you in this full energy. And the full is all about a new start, a new beginning, a new chapter, going on a new adventure, exploring new things, being creative, being confident. you know, being like that kid that, you know, just turned 18 and now they're an adult and now they're like, oh yeah, now I get to go, you know, get my own place and everything's going to be wonderful. And they're naive because they don't understand like all the financial responsibility that comes with getting their own place, so to speak, right? That's really what the full energy is. And so I feel like, you know, this is a little bit of even not being naive, baby. You just don't know because there's other things at play right now. You know, like I said, the focus needs to be on your health. That's where the main focus is. Because Spirit even, I pulled out a card that even says this, to focus on your health. So the other things that are going on in the background, I'm not saying ignore them, but they don't require your attention right now. What requires your utmost attention is yourself. So trust this, trust the journey of your healing, trust that you're going to get stronger, and that even you're going to have to possibly look at pulling away from some things, maybe even people right now, so you can do this. And I only say that because I get the Eight of Cups here. And the Eight of Cups is about walking away, moving away. And normally it's about a relationship, but you're saying no, that's not what this is. The only thing that speaks to me from this card is like, you know, kind of pulling away from other people to focus on your spirituality, your spiritual journey. And part of your spiritual journey and being in tune with it will also help with your overall health and your recovery with your surgery. And Spirit showing me that you'll be in this Nine of Cups energy if you're not already, which is all about your wishes being granted and the universe coming in and granting them to you. So don't feel like you're not being heard or understood by Spirit and the universe, because they are stepping up for you, is what is being made clear to me here. One of the things that you can see coming towards you, baby, is this is the eight. This is the Ace of Wands. The Ace of Wands is about sudden opportunity coming towards you. Something that might need your attention right away. Something that you may not be able to put to the side. But it's something you want to take immediate action on. You don't want to just have it come to you. This opportunity, and it could be in any aspect of your life, and sit on it. You want to take action and grab the opportunity when it gets presented to you. I feel like you're going to face some pushback from people. I get the Five of Wands with this. And the Five of Wands is all about people being competitive with you. People even disagreeing with you, causing conflict, trying to cause confusion, the chaos to make you doubtful, to make you not be your best, be at your best, to kind of throw you off your game, so to speak. The Spirit's showing me if you take this opportunity, you're going to be successful because you're going to make you're going to plant a lot of seeds that's going to produce fruit for you. If you can be a little patient, even if it means that things get delayed a bit, you know, given everything you're going through, it's understandable something may get delayed. It may not happen right away, but it doesn't mean it's not going to. It just gets delayed. So the Seven of Pentacles is all about seeds being planted in the ground, so to speak, metaphorically, and you waiting for them to now produce fruit. There may be a little weight on it, but it will produce. So there's this opportunity that I feel like it's going to produce fruit for you. It will be fruitful. The next one is, I get the Judgment card. And this really is more about your healing, I feel. Because I wanted to see what Spirit wanted to focus on. And one of the things that I pulled from another deck is the Three of Swords, but it came to me upside down, which is more just about you moving on, you releasing, you know, things, you trying to go through that healing, and going through and having also possible negative talk, you know, talking down about yourself. And so I feel like you're having a lot of judgment, a lot of maybe some hard decisions you're having to come to terms with. Good, not so good, maybe even still that confusion, which is why I feel like that Three of Swords is there. But I feel like this is even involving your overall health. maybe, you know, things are going well, but then you're still doubting your capabilities, like when you return back to work or doing your other hobbies and interests. Um, I feel like, you know, things are not going to be as smooth sailing as what Spirit just said, as you may have hoped or wanting them to be right away, but I don't feel like it's going to be that way forever. Because Spirit's also showing me this is you in the Six of Swords. And the Six of Swords is just you coming out of that choppiness, like a little bit of that chaos that's unbalanced. You know, think of the waves being up and down, like just crashing everywhere. So now you coming out into smooth waters. And that's where you're wanting to go towards. And I feel like all that's coming to you now. It's gradually pulling in. It's just going to take a little time for you to get there, but it's coming in for you. To where I feel like this judgment card, whether you want to have, you know, whether you want to choose, you know, a choice of yourself or others or a little bit of both. I feel like you're having a lot of harsh judgment of yourself, though. That's what Spirit's making clear to me. You know, being a little overcritical is what they just said. Don't over criticize yourself, baby. You want to bring yourself up. Know that you're doing all you can. All you can possibly do for yourself and expect of yourself, given the situation of everything right now. And focus on the relationships around you. You know, I feel like, you know, your sweetheart is in this with you. I feel like you have someone good for you, who's there for you, who's supporting you. And I don't feel like, you know, that's being affected. There's nothing I'm seeing that's it's being affected. So that's one positive thing I feel that's gonna be good, and it's gonna be on solid ground. Um, the next thing I get is the Ace of Swords, which is all about an opportunity, but that's being presented to you. And so this is like a different opportunity being presented to you that's gonna come in. That too, this too will have you kind of like in a Four of Pentacles situation. A Four of Pentacles is a card of someone, you know, generally it's either someone who's spending too much money that they don't have, or they're being too tight with their money. And if you know, if you're being too tight with your money, I'm not telling you not to be, baby. I understand why you would be. You would be more cautious of it. But I feel like this opportunity right here with this Ace of Swords is going to be presented to you, and it's going to make it feel like this is not so much anymore. Like as far as if finances are a little slim, you know, you can scale back, yes, but I don't feel like it's going to be this way forever because of this. To where you're going to end up being able to celebrate with friends and family. Like it's going to be a boost in your resources is what I'm picking up. And the Four of Wands is all about celebration. Um, it's, yeah, it could be going to an event, but it's really just about celebrating life, being happy and content in your life, the way things are, but being able to be joyous in what you have with all the opportunities and new things that are coming around the corner for you. And then the last one, this is advice. Spirit wants you to remain focused. Eight of Pentacles is all about investing your time and energy in your job, your, you know, your professional life, yes, but in your relationships, yes, but even more about yourself right now. Just focus on building you back, restoring your health, so that, again, I'm getting the Knight of Swords here. This is the Knight of Swords. It says agent, but it's the Knight of Swords. And this Knight of Swords is like you picking up that opportunity and being challenged by it and using, you know, the things you've learned from it, the other things you've learned from other people going through this experience, but being willing to go back to work and put in the extra time and effort here to invest in your job, do well at your skill, and flourish is what Spirit just said. And I feel like you will flourish. But I see this devil energy coming back in, where I feel like it's going to be a break of the chain now. Once these few things come forward for you, and you come back into this agent of swords, which is the Knight of Swords energy, like this owl. I don't feel like this devil's going to really matter much. Yeah, there will be those doubts that are still going to be there, but I don't feel like it's going to take hold, and I don't feel like it's going to be so much of a codependency issue either. It just might be a little, still a little off balance after coming back and getting back into working or interacting, doing the things you love and enjoy that you were doing in life before you had your surgery. And then, and I can't show this card because they're naked, but the Three of Cups with it. And the Three of Cups is all about celebration too. So there's two cards here that's showing me you will celebrate. You are going to be successful. You're going to achieve what you're wanting to achieve, and also get more things coming in to be able to have more to celebrate in the end. And I hear better times are ahead of you. It's what Spirit just said, than what you've been experiencing lately. I did pull some cards. Just, do a quick check of your relationship, your romantic relationship. And, I mean, everything seems good. I feel like y'all are still happy. I get the honeymoon card here. So, I feel like it's still very happy, very connected. You both are putting in the time and energy to keep this relationship going and doing everything right. And Spirit's also even showing me this is a past life connection. So this is like someone from your past life. You can even possibly call it a soulmate, baby. If you believe in twin flame, okay, but past life connection somewhere. So part of your soulmate, soul tribe, family is how I would read that. The next one is, if there's anything going on that I could see that might be causing strife in your relationship, the way I'm reading this, I don't know if y'all have different religious beliefs, but Spirit's just pulling this up. They're showing me there's religious factors that could be at play here. So I can sometimes read this as a card of like the Hierophant, which is all about tradition. So it could even be read as a marriage card. But I'm not necessarily getting that energy from it. So, and Spirit's not showing me anything else. So maybe there's a difference of opinion in the way y'all view y'all's, religious spirituality. But Spirit wants you to trust in your connection, trust in your love, trust in your relationship. This is supposed to be like y'all happy in love. So it's a relationship worth still investing, putting time, energy, and trusting in. I feel like it's pretty solid, pretty happy. And that's a good thing for you, baby. Alright, now for the Oracle cards. Let's see. I'm going to start with this. Okay. Remember I said there's something you're fearing. Those doubts, those fears. And it was confirmed when I pulled this card from the Guide to the Hidden Realms. And this is the consequence of fear. And it says, fear is a natural emotional reaction meant to keep us safe from danger. It becomes unhealthy when it's inappropriately prolonged. When our thoughts, feelings, and beliefs are fear-based and we keep rehearsing those fears. Then our expectations, choices, and behaviors align with this energy. We begin to notice more and more reasons to be anxious and stressed, and we unwittingly send out a frequency that keeps us forever on patrol against outside threats. Lately, you might be more defensive, engaging in people-pleasing, or isolating yourself to avoid hurt. No matter what you're doing as a stress response, it's time to step back and let it be. You can't change the outside world, but you can make an internal shift. First, ask yourself, is this decision based in fear and a need for control? Am I afraid of rejection or reprisal? Where do I need to say no? Then consider the act of radical allowing, letting everything, both people and circumstances, be exactly as they are without question. In doing so, you also make room for your authentic self. Soon the fear will show itself for what it is, a temporary illusion. The power is in your attention. So, baby, don't go through and make decisions just simply out of fear. Take a step back, kind of really think it through. I'm not saying get lost in your thoughts and overthink it, but don't allow your fear, don't allow your negative emotions to get the best of you. That drives your decisions right now. Because otherwise, I feel if you do that, baby, if whatever you're fearing, it's like that saying, you create what you fear, that will happen. You will, manifest that. So be mindful of this. Don't get lost in that fear. And I just saw a spirit orb just now. So just be mindful of that, 808. And then, let's see. The next one is from my Moonology manifestation. This is called Work Through Your Feelings, last quarter moon in Aries. And it says someone has had their feelings hurt. Maybe it's you. Deal with this upset, especially if it's on the home front. Whatever is going on right now will go better if you take steps to make sure that no one is feeling like they've been emotionally run over. If you feel like your feelings have been trampled on, it's time to work through them and clear them. Then you can move towards your goals. It's hard to manifest when hurt feelings are in the way. And that's very true, baby. So if someone's hurt you, if, you've hurt them, it can go both ways, and it can interfere and change the frequency and cause a big shift in the overall energy around you. Because the other card that came out that was at the bottom of it is first quarter moon in Pisces, which is honor your feelings. So honor whatever it is you're feeling, but don't give it wings and get carried away, is what Spirit is saying here. Honor it, okay? You acknowledge it, take the time to work through it, work through whatever disagreements, fights, hurt feelings, whatever this is with the people it was with, and then let it go, you know. Otherwise, you're going to give it wings, and then it can create so many other problems that you never thought could happen or come of it. So just be mindful of that. And then I pulled a couple cards came out in this Angels and Auras Oracle. But what's crazy is 808. When these two cards came out, I looked at the bottom of the deck. And it's like, baby, I can't make this up. Remember when I said Spirit wants you to focus on yourself, focus on your health, your well-being? Here it is right here. I can't make that up. Focus on your health, on your well-being. That's what's most important right now. Everything else comes second to you right now because of you healing and all that. It says wellness, active, radiant, nourishment. And at the top, focus on your health. You see it right there. So Spirit wants to make that clear. That's the first thing you got to do. And then I also mentioned about your confidence. And it was crazy because right before I pulled from this deck, it's like Spirit was telling me, your confidence feels a little shaken. And this card came out. Have confidence. So again, I can't make this up. It says, do an internet search for calm, cool, and collected, and you'll see your face. Your hard work and perseverance are paying off. You're doing a fabulous job keeping everything in balance, which is no small feat. This message here is to celebrate just how far you've come and to keep moving. However, they say that when you're walking a tightrope, you should never look down. It is to be inverted. There is a concern by the angels that all you're doing is focusing on what appears to be chaos and doubt. Now is the time to look up, connect with your inner strength, take a deep breath, and trust yourself. So, they want to celebrate you for when you've been confident, but I feel like it's been a little rattled. So, don't allow it to give it wings, baby. You want to give your confidence wings to fly, not your doubts, your fears, worries, concerns, second guessing yourself. Be more confident. Have more confidence. And the other one is Archangel Uriel, and this is gold. Passion, epiphany, entrepreneur, and driven. And it says, Uriel's name means the light of God and is traditionally presented with a scroll in one hand and a flame in the other. This is because Uriel is known for providing brilliant epiphanies to those who ask for his assistance. He offers those amazing ideas to those who are truly pursuing the life path that they are passionate about. Gold is the color of independence and thought. A golden aura is typically seen around a self-employed person or someone in a management position. Golden energy is helpful with goal setting and checking things off your to-do list. When gold is present in the aura, this person is so passionate about their vision that it's not a question of how, but when. Gold energy can stimulate new ideas and bring forth new insights. So this is all about you being in that light of passion, desire, being driven. An entrepreneur, yeah, I can feel that in you. You feel like your energy is very strong at times, that I get that leadership feeling from you. And that you come with a lot of wisdom. And I feel like that's also why I meant to show you this and I forgot. It got hidden by another card. This was one of the other messages. Appreciate your talents. And with appreciate your talents, leadership. And you're a true leader, 808. If you don't recognize that in yourself, baby, you need to recognize that in yourself. You have true leadership skills. I feel someone very strong, like a boss, is how I would put your energy. And I don't mean that in a bad way. You would be one of those leaders that your employees would really look up to and admire. I really feel. So if you have any doubts about that, don't doubt it, baby. You're meant to lead. And any epiphanies you get along the way, trust in it again, because Spirit still wants you to trust your intuition. And then the last of it, baby, is I pulled a few cards from my Angel Wisdom, I think it's called, Oracle. And then I pulled you an angel number. So the angel number I pulled for you is Angel 121, and it's harmony. And it says, embrace harmony in your life. Seek balance between your physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. So seek harmony and balance right now. Because the focus is really you here. Above, everyone else, they kind of get put to the side right now. And then Spirit wants you to relax. So it says, the angels want you to know that feeling at peace eternally can boost overall contentment and feelings of happiness. Regardless of the challenges you face, a relaxed and calm outlook can help you navigate life's often turbulent waters more smoothly. And then it says, all worries and anxieties are leaving my mind, making space for calmness and peace. So that's a positive affirmation you can say to help you relax. They want you to relax more. Take it easy. The next one is focus. And it says, as you work on your goals, recognize you need to take a step back and really focus on what you are trying to accomplish. Whether you are starting a new goal or already in the midst of it, the angels are urging you to have good organization and lots of preparation in place. And the positive affirmation for this is, I can choose what I want to focus on. But here's the angel card of focus. So remain focused. And with it, these kind of like go together to me. The next one is commitment. The angels ask you to evaluate your commitments to others carefully as you enter this new phase. Get rid of anything that weighs down your spirit. This can mean leaving, draining jobs, commitments, or habits behind. So make a commitment to all that, to uplifting your life, and what isn't serving your highest good, baby, let it go. You know, so you can bring in that light and bring in those new opportunities. Because in order for those new opportunities to come in, or for anything to really be manifested, you got to release the old to make room for the new. And the last one is trust. And it says the angels ask you not to worry about the resolution of the current situation. Instead of trying to solve the problem with sheer force, trust you will get exactly what you need. And the positive affirmation here is, regardless of the outcome, I am taken care of. So trust. Trust in the angels, trust in your spirit team, trust in your God, deity, whoever that is to you. But most importantly, also trust in yourself. Have that faith and belief in you. And that's what I have for you, baby. So 808, I'm sorry, baby, that, you know, we got into talking, and I'm sorry you got overlooked, baby. I greatly apologize. So I hope that reading resonates with you, baby. I hope it's helped to answer any burning questions you may have had, and help with any, you know, problems, doubts, worries, fears you've been experiencing. And I hope it's also provided you with a life, with a path forward, and being, hopeful, optimistic, and confident that you can achieve anything you want and you can have anything you want. It's just a matter of your mentality and your mindset, and even just trusting your spirit within you. And everything will come in alignment and right timing. So thank you so much for trusting me again, baby, to read for you. It was an honor, baby. Hi, Jason69. Mason, you have a question? Well, Jason, or Mason, if you're looking for a personal reading, that's $30 US. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Moonchild. I forgot about that. 808. Another thing you can use to help protect you from this over here. Salt. And it doesn't have to be any special salt. It can be your table salt. Just put it in a bowl. And you could put it, you hear about people who put a line of salt like by their door. You can do something like that. Or you can create a grid, like think of putting it in 4 corners of a room. And just have the intention of what that salt's being used for. And it's used to help protect you and absorb and keep out anything evil or negative from coming in to you. So, thank you, Moonchild. I appreciate you, beautiful. Alright. Put this up. And 808, baby, I'm going to keep praying for you. I'm praying that you'll continue to keep healing and getting better and stronger with each day. Well, you're welcome, baby. All right, Moonchild. Thank you for being here, beautiful. Sweet dreams. See you in a couple of days. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, lady. You probably need to cleanse your space. And you probably need to go through and get a sigil, a protection talisman to help fight up against it. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I know someone who does, if he's still here. Eternal light, are you still here, baby? Love you too, Moonchild. Sweet dreams, beautiful. You know, if I feel up to coming on one night when I should be off, I will, but I don't think I will. I think I'm going to enjoy my couple of days off. I think my body's really going to be happy. That I'll allow it to finally rest and relax. Well, he must not be here then. He fell asleep. Okay. Thank you, Fabio. Lady, that's why you got to do your own research, beautiful. You know, many of us can advise you in so many different ways, but you got to do your own research to truly understand it. Because what you got to understand is what may work for one person or the way someone does something may not resonate with you. And there's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't resonate with your spirit. So you got to find what resonates with you. And I just saw a spirit orb. So that's confirmation there. So they want you to do the research. Invest in looking it up online. Read as much as you can. The more knowledge you have, the more power you'll have. Because power is knowledge. Knowledge is power. And it will help you to recognize certain things that maybe others would overlook or not even consider. So that's about as best as I can help you with that. Ouch. So you're welcome. It's almost 3 o'clock. I was on here longer than I thought I would be. I'm not complaining. Hope everyone's doing alright tonight. Crap. I gotta step away for a minute. Oh no. Hey Nicole, how you doing, honey? Well, you know, baby, I probably would have done the same thing. If I didn't know who you are. But I'll have to see if it's there, baby. Can you not find it with your other one? And unhide it? I'm sorry you can't sleep, Nicole. Yeah, because I would have thought you was a kid, too. I would have thought you was a kid and then some. An annoying one at that. No, baby. I don't think it was you, but even if it was. Ooh. Baby, Bob, can you look at... I don't know if you know how to do that, baby. I mean, do you want Bob to know who it is? Because I don't know if it's going to show up on mine, baby. You already know what happened with the other one. Bob, did you happen to hide Blue Fly Guy? Because if you did, I understand why, baby. But that was actually Eternal Light. It's his other account. Someone said they were 13. Well, anybody who says they were 13 needs to be kicked out, for sure. This is for adults only. So, but yeah. Because I don't know if I can do it. Marvin Medley, I don't know. If you're asking me, yeah, I could do a reading for you, but it's $30 US. I don't work for free. This is my business. Okay, Bob. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. I mean, that's what Eternal gets for coming in here under someone else. And not letting people know. Yeah. Weren't we all 13 once? I remember when I was. And there comes my beautiful ninja. And there's the birthday girl. Happy birthday, beautiful. I just got done doing our reading. It's been quiet. I've only done one paid reading. That's it. I didn't even realize how late it was. I mean, I literally just put up all the cards for the reading. Yeah, Eternal Light being funny, coming in here under his other account, and then he got hidden. I would have hit him too. I mean, that's like a nuisance fly. The name fits. You think it was Judith? Okay, I'll ask Judith. I'll have to see if I can look under mine, because I don't think I can. I think it has come from the one who hit him. But we'll see. He got swatted. Exactly. I would have swatted him too. So happy birthday, Miss Majestic Oracle. What are we, 21 again? Oh, I've already done that. Kilmane. But not everybody shows on that list. 45 and fabulous. Hey, I'm loving it. There you go, beautiful. 45 and fabulous. So what's your birthday plans? I'm glad I stayed on long enough to talk to you. I was going to reach out to you in a bit, but I'm happy you're here. I did do that 19-hour stream last night. That was crazy. High 7 and KXBX. Yes, Eric, I was on here for 19 hours straight yesterday. Oh, I love that, Majestic. I love that, beautiful. That sounds like a wonderful birthday. It's okay, Bob. You didn't know, baby. Hey, I would have hit him too, to be honest. I was just kind of laughing because I was waiting for him to let everyone know who it is, but he didn't. So I, you know. Yeah, you're acting like a child too. So what you expect, Eternal Light? Eric, I'm tired, baby. I ain't gonna deny it. But hey, at least I was able to sleep for 5-6 hours solid. That was better than the 2 days before that, because I was always sleeping 1 hour here and then waking up an hour and sleeping another hour or two and waking up again. It was messing with me left and right. Robert, no, I don't. I only speak English. Hello, burgers. I've been gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Oh. I even had to lay down and take a quick nap before I stream tonight. Ugh. I mean, you know, Eternal Light, the fact that you did that, baby, knowing how much flies annoy you. That's a typical troll right there. I would have made sure I swatted you some more. I probably would have played with you for a minute, honestly. I would have thought of something funny if I didn't have a reading to do or someone else that was looking for some advice, which you know, Robert, all you gotta do is when you go to that subscription, um, if you subscribe to my channel, just open the box, click on it, and there will be the notification bell that says all. And that's all you gotta do. And that way you should be notified every single time I go live and when I post anything else to my channel. Well, I appreciate that, baby. I'm glad it helps you. I'm sorry on the days off, but I do need a break. Yeah, Majestic. My energy it was messed up for 2 days. It was messing with me bad. I did not sleep. And even Diane said she had trouble sleeping. Same day. So it was affecting all of us. That insomnia was a mother. That's all I'm going to say. Hi, Sunnyland. How you doing, beautiful? I try and come on as much as I possibly can, baby. But, you know, it's hard to be on here all night sometimes. And, you know, um, if people aren't, you know, buying readings or donating, it's, you know, it really doesn't show like I'm being valued, like I'm being taken for granted, if you know what I mean. So it gets old sometimes. Um, Nick Baker, you're Stiff Richard. Prove it, baby. Say something that only I would understand. Okay. Okay, I believe you. Why'd you come in here under that name, baby? You know, seeing your other name pop up there, it always makes me laugh, baby. I mean, you know, Stiff Richard, you know what's shaking? You know, baby, you know what I said before. And what did I say before? When you first came on here and said that to me, what was my response, baby? Oh, you poor kitty. I know. Is that right, Sergeant Curtis? I mean, well, when we talking about fold 'em and hold 'em, I mean, we talking about cars or we talking about something else, baby? All right, birthday girl. Hi, James. Hmm. Yeah, I did do that. And I also responded to you and said, when you said, what's shaking? I said, not you. Oh, James, I'm good, baby. I'm tired, but I'm good. How about yourself? I'm gravy. I gotta be up in a few hours to take my stupid car to the mechanic. So I won't be able to crash initially like I had hoped. You talking to me, Eternal Light? Power steering in the window. And possibly needs a new AC belt. Or AC hose, I mean, something like that. Something with the AC, I know, is getting messed up. Yes, Toby. Let me go get my kitty cat. What's the matter? Come here. Come here, Toby. Come here. The mommy hurt you. What is it? What you big baby? Ah, absolutely, baby. God knows I need a break. That's better, Stiff Richard. At least we know who you are, baby. Oh. Hey, Eternal Light, please don't tell me that, baby. Because I can't deal with some of that energy. That's some of this energy, like that shadow in the bathroom. That don't make no sense. No sense. Ugh. I'm gonna have to cleanse the rest of my house. Just to be sure. How y'all feeling? Stupid notifications. I was gonna bring Toby in here to say hi, but he didn't want to stay in my arms. So, and that's rare for him to act that way. Yeah, okay. I will, baby. I got a lot to do with all that, with YouTube and everything. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, beautiful. I picked it up, which is just even more crazy. Beautiful Moonchild, if you're still here. Yeah, I felt it. That shapeshifter card didn't come out for no reason at all. That's normally my sign of magic, spell casting. That's why I use that deck sometimes. I mean, I use it every night, but I truly try and use it because I want to see that one card to come out. I need to do another deck with reversals in it. I mean, I have one tarot deck that has reversals, but well, thank you, Steph Richard. You gonna miss me, baby? It's possible, Sergeant Curtis. He he seems to be looking for them portals. I know that much. Oh, I'm glad, baby. I know there's been some crazy things that have been going on in my office or my house the past month. Some of it good, some of it not so good. And my balloons are casting a shadow of a face on the wall. That's interesting. Eternal light. Baby, do you happen to see that, whatever it was you think you saw that night? I'm just curious if it's still there. I meant to mention it. I meant to mention it to Diane. And too majestic. Oh, you too, Richard. I need a freaking massage. My back is screaming at me. A big nose and a weak chin. That's funny, Bob. You don't see it, Eternal Light? You're right, baby. Hmm. Sure. Jessica Wheely, aka Derek. It's $30 US though. Hi, Timothy. How you doing, baby? Well, that's cool, Eric. It's possible it could have been a spirit attached to the property. It's doubtful though. Because they normally, I mean, people say attach and it's. I guess that kind of depends on your beliefs. I would be more inclined to say it was like a loved one of y'all's or a spirit guide watching over y'all. Yes, baby, I remember that. Thank you, Bob. I was fixing to say the same thing. Okay, Jessica Wheely. Well, I wish you nothing but the best. Hmm. That's interesting, Eric. I mean, that does happen too. Well, thank you. You too, honey. Welcome back, Darby. Hello to the people that's new. No, poor baby. Hi, DM. How you doing, baby? It's good seeing you, baby. Ramon Coleman. I don't know what you mean by that, baby. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? You just got home? Yeah, it's midnight your time, baby. Hopefully you had a good day at work, DM. Was it? Well, busy's good, baby. And you're talking about the restaurant, right? No, I'm sorry, Eric. I know it's rough getting up going to work, but we all gotta do it if we want to have a roof over our head and food in our belly. I gotta be up in less than 6 hours. And that's pretty crappy on my day off. Ugh. Well, Eric, at least you work from home like me, baby. Come on now. Rochelle, I don't do readings on zodiac signs. Good morning, Vasilis. I only do a general collective at the beginning of the stream. Everything else after that is paid readings, individual paid readings. Thank you, John Merrifield. I love my nails. Oh, yeah, Eric, I hate that for you, baby. I always hate to have to do that myself. It sucks having to be the boss and make those decisions. I know. Which one are you talking about, Darby? Because I got both of them. Oh, you were at the auto parts? Oh, okay, DM. Well, that's good, though. People are coming in buying parts. The shadow one. I only got it because he has it. If I could find it. I normally have it over here. But it's not. It's this one. No. Oops. Oh. What the heck did I do with it? There it is. Yeah, this deck is interesting. I'm talking about this one. Yep. And I got that one too. Of course, that's over on my other shelf, my bookshelf. Oh, wow, Eternal Light. That's awesome, baby. I'll have to take a look at it. I will. You know I will. Knowing I got all 4 of your decks, too, that's what's crazy. One of them I already had. But that's for the dark side. And damn, that helps a lot, baby. Oh yeah, that's the only one I don't have. I'm not touching that deck. You can keep that one. Eternal Light. The other ones I have. I forgot about that one. So, the other one, I don't know, baby. Correct. I don't have the Goetia one. I ain't touching that one. And damn, that always does help, baby. It makes things a lot easier. I really just need, I gotta be up at, by 8:30, 9 o'clock at the latest, to take my car up to the mechanic. Because I reckon they're gonna take a look at it real quick to see if it's gonna be a quick fix or if it's gonna be sitting there, which I get the feeling it'd be sitting there if I let them fix the door and try and fix that AC unit. Welcome back, Majestic. I know, baby. I wish you were close, because something going on with my AC too. I noticed that it's not blowing cold air like it did, like it used to. It used to blow cold air like it freezed me to death. And it's not doing that. Wow, Eternal Light, that's crazy. Man, Majestic, there was something I was going to mention to you. And I done forgot what it was now. And I was going to tell you about something. I can't think of it now. Yeah, well, Bob, they do charge. They do a diagnostic fee, which is ridiculous, but whatever. And that's interesting, Eternal Light. Eternal Light that she's deeply cared about. What are you talking about, baby? Oh yeah, I know that possibly the AC needs to be recharged, but they're talking about possibly the compressor going bad. It's like you can't even be, nah. I don't want no compressor going bad. Of course, they said it could be something as simple as replacing a hose, which they think could be the cause of that Tweety bird noise I still hear, but wow. Yeah, Karen, I don't know, beautiful. The belt could be worn, you know. I know it needs to be fixed before it starts getting humid, because I ain't gonna be able to go nowhere. I'll be sweating, especially knowing I got black leather interior in that car. I mean, seriously, majestic. Um, Paris, are you watching me from a phone? Hi, sweet angel. Sweet angel, what's your real name, sweetheart? Your name is Shasta. That's a pretty name. Oh, damn, that's sweet of you, baby. Yeah, I'll have to find out. I'd have to ask them. Of course, they'd probably be like, oh no, wait, we charge labor based on the cost of the part. That's what they would tell me too. Oh. Hmm. Hi, Mama Grande. I'm Gravy Beautiful. How you doing, sweetheart? You know, mm, if you want a question answered, you want a personal reading from me, it's $30 US. I don't work for free. This is my business. It's how I make my living. That's great to hear, Mama Grande. I mean, I believe that, DM. I believe that, baby. I mean, DM, let me ask you something, baby. What would it have actually cost for a brand new transmission that's aftermarket? Just the part. I'm not talking about part, the labor, just the part. I'm curious. I just want to know from you. Mm, I don't know, beautiful. I might go here soon if I don't get any paid readings, because I gotta be up in 5 hours, because it's set up by appointment already. 9 o'clock in the freaking morning. What the hell's wrong with them people? So, I don't know if that answers your question, beautiful, but that's where I gotta be. So, oh, really? Eternal light? No, that's scary. Okay, baby, so, DM, do you want to know how much I pay for a new transmission? A little over $4,000. And I don't understand that. I mean, that's what I thought it would roughly cost. Yeah, going to a dealership, sure. But a mom and pop shop, not so much. But it was still about $4,000. And there was something else. Like I wish, I mean, but then what's crazy is, and this is what ticks me off about the power steering. Cause I could have sworn, I replaced the power steering pump a year ago. I would have sworn, but maybe it wasn't a power steering pump. Maybe it was the water pump I replaced. But either way, it just, like I already replaced one of those things a year ago, and I had to take it to the shop for that. Plus, and that was the dealership, not one I did business with. It was one by my in-laws' house, and it was close to them. So, um, it was brand new, Bob, but it was aftermarket because they can't provide a rebuilt transmission anymore because GM doesn't produce um the parts for the transmission that goes in my car. So it's already been like retired out, you can say. Um, I just saw Blue Spirit Orb. So, but what ticks me off even more is the fact that I replaced that window motor. Okay, so the window should be working right. Yeah, from the driver's side it does, but not from the passenger side. Well, that's crazy, Eternal Light. So what are you trying to tell me, baby? I'm gonna end up with another expensive auto bill? Is that what you're telling me, baby? I hope not. I wish my dads were still alive. They would help with it a lot. But since they're not. Heck no, Darby, because he ain't real. And there's a whole story to that, girlfriend, that I'd have to tell you about off the stream. Which one was it, Amanda? Okay, then it's gonna have to be the driver's side master switch. Unless that window motor is defective. Let's see. Yep. It was pretty much almost $4,000. Okay, Karen. Good night, sweet dreams to you too, honey. No, DM, the passenger side don't work. You can only roll it up from the driver. It used to be where you can roll it down from the passenger, but now it's just I don't think you can even do that. So you can only roll it up or down from the driver's side. Okay, beautiful. Well, happy birthday again, sweetheart. I'll be in touch with you later. Sweet dreams, girlfriend. Because they were supposed to have fixed something else on it, DM. And they said they got the part and put it in there. But this was at the dealership a year ago. And it didn't fix it. And because that car usually doesn't get driven. Um, because I won't let him drive it. And so if I'm driving, he's in the passenger's seat, so he would have to mess with that window from there. So that's why I didn't know until like in the past couple months. Yeah, that's a 2-hour drive, girlfriend. Oh, Lilac, yeah. You can watch some of them videos on there. It's pretty cool. Um, Mine's just an older car. Hello, Boston Williams. True, DM. I'm sure a junkyard would have the parts, but... Oh, wow. Lilac, that's crazy, honey. Hi, gratitude. I love your attitude, sweetheart. You know, it's funny you mentioned that because even though I did that 19-hour stream yesterday, I only slept for five, 5.5 solid hours, and I woke up. But then it's funny because, like, an hour and a half before I was meant to come on here, I had to lay down and take a quick nap. And I thought as soon as I got done with my stream tonight that I'd be able to crash. Yeah, that's not happening now. I gotta take my stupid car up to the mechanic at 9:30 in the freaking morning. So I won't be able to crash and sleep half the day away like I initially thought. But other than that, I'm okay. I'm gravy. How you doing, honey? They require relearn procedure. That wouldn't surprise me. No, I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, honey. It's rough, I know. I've had to mess with that window before when it gets off the line, like what you're talking about. Lilac, I know what you're talking about, sweetheart. Hi, beautiful spirit. I just saw a spirit orb. Well, if it has an error code, I wouldn't know, cause I know that stupid codes, um, like the check your engine light codes and stuff. I know there's some things that you can't rely on that for. You have to do it individually, um, to diagnose it. Could also be why they still want to charge a diagnosis fee, which is just insane to me. That's awesome, Darby. My daddy was the shop foreman at the old dealership before he died. That's why I said if he was alive, I wouldn't be worried about this, but he's not. So I can't really do a whole lot now. I even tried talking to my daddy's best friend about it. Told him a few things because he worked in the dealership with my daddy. But he's pretty much said it would be a matter of ruling out, things. I was like, that's just great. Now we're just, we're going to end up going down a rabbit hole here. I can see it now. I'm Gravy. JMI Designs, how you doing? That's a good guy, Darby. Darby, you're funny. Well, Bob, did you know when I took it to the dealership where I bought it from, no less, they kept getting an error. My car would not register. They tried it twice from two separate devices and it still wouldn't register. It's like, what? I don't understand that. It makes no sense to me at all. But then I take it to, what is it, Advanced Auto Parts? Hi, beautiful spirit. And they were able to get it to read. Like, come on. Like, I don't understand that. Lilac, yeah, I always could. Because it takes some time for me to connect like that to get him to come through. You know, that helps, Darby. We just gotta watch all that kind of talking here, honey. You know, Bob, I'm sure. I'm sure it has a lot to do with that. Because they look at him. I mean, he's a guy, yes, but oh, well, damn, I designed that sweet of you. Bob, you're funny. Sounded a bit frisky. Yeah, you're right about that. It kind of did. Oops. Thank you, Little Red. Beef jerky and chips. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Like, thank you, beautiful. Oh, that's sweet of you, honey. Whenever you are ready, I'll do your reading. You have sweet dreams, honey. Sweet dreams, good night. Don't forget the drink. Nope, I'm set. I got plenty of Red Bull over here. Nope. Lay's sour cream and cheddar. They go really good with pepper jack beef jerky. So, and good night, JMI Designs. Sweet dreams, baby. Maybe I'll see you Wednesday. 4 o'clock, almost. Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably go. My body's hurting already. I will, DM. Thank you, baby. I am, Bob. I'm getting ready to go, baby. Because my body's starting to hurt now. Hello, Ben, still. Thank you. You leaving, Darby? Have a good night, sweetheart. Sweet dreams, honey. We'll be in touch. Yeah, you're right. It is, isn't it? Hi, Tom Opie. Okay, Darby. And Sunnyland, you're very sweet to say that, honey. You're right. DM has been looking out for me. He's very sweet and thoughtful. Oops. You are too, eternal light. Okay, beautiful people. I think it's time for me to go. My back is screaming at me now. So, I'm gonna get some sleep. And, try and get some things done on my days off, but get some sleep in between all that, too. So thank you for spending your evening with me or your morning, depending on where you're at in the world. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all y'all's love and support. It means the world to me. So thank you for everyone who's subscribed and liked. And thank you for all the ones who have donated. I can't thank y'all enough for that. And thank you to my mods. Y'all the best. Couldn't do this without y'all. So y'all take it easy. I'll see y'all back here Wednesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, good night.